Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Walnut Crawdads pregame show. I am your host, Justin DeHaas. Alongside me, my co-host, Kobe Siegel, and we have the second game of a three-game series between the visiting Sonoma Stompers and your Walnut Creek Crawdads. And quite frankly, folks, the Crawdads are in must-win territory. First time all year it's really been the case. I mean, you could say the same when it was the Healdsburg series, but at this point, we only have two more games left in the season. And look, Crawdads still controlled their own destiny despite falling back to second place after yesterday's loss. Just got to win the next two games, but I mean, that's not necessarily an easy thing to do. Stompers have proven that they can win a couple games against these dads. And look, you can also theoretically rely on a Healdsburg loss to Solano and only have to win one game, but at that point, you don't really want to have to rely on that when you have your own destiny. Might as well just win those two games. But again, easier said than done. But it starts today between, like I said, the Stompers and the Crawdads. And look, this should be a fun game. I think, you can look at some different stats. And I think one that if you're a Crawdads fan, you're going to want to try to gravitate toward is the stat that last time these two teams played in a series, Crawdads dropped the first game, won the next 17 straight games, including the last three games of that series. And, so look, they're going to want to have to win these last two. And Austin was saying it before the show that if the Crawdads go on a 5-game win streak, that's CCL championship. So it's all fun and games. But seriously, here we have what should be a pretty good game. Like I said, Stompers, Crawdads. Kobe, what are some early predictions for this game?
My predictions. Well, I'm not necessarily his prediction, but this is something that I think needs to happen for the Crawdads. Ryan Ellis needs to get going. I think back to the 2015-2016 Cubs, the prime of my Cubs fandom. But Dexter Fowler, the leadoff hitter, Joe Madden would say, "You go, we go." Ryan Ellis. If Ryan Ellis goes, this team will go. Um, he has been their best player all season, but the last week has been really tough. But he's back in the lineup, uh, coming off the day off yesterday, and without him, their offense wasn't great. Only scored 4 runs. So this team needs Ryan Ellis, and if they want to be division champions, CCL champions, they need him more than ever.
Yeah, you talked about Ryan Ellis being back in the leadoff spot, and let's just talk about the lineup. Ryan Ellis in leadoff at second base, Brian Duroff right field, Joey Donnelly at first base, Matt King at short, Cole Fells in left, Tyson Pointer at DH, Max Farfan at third, Nico Button behind the plate, and Ryder Helfrich in center field. And I think something too, it's not just trying to get Ellis going offensively, but it's just knowing that you're going to have Ellis's stable defense at the keystone, right? Because we saw yesterday Ryder Helfrich at second base makes a crucial error, throwing error to first base, and costs the Crawdads a couple of runs that would tie the game. But, I mean, look, we've got Ellis back at second. Duroff stays in that second spot, right? Donnelly was in the leadoff spot yesterday. He goes back to third. That's kind of where he's been hitting recently. King's been your cleanup guy all year, basically. Fellows, again, he kind of has been in that 3 or 5th spot, switching off with Donnelly. Pointer, Farfan, keep on saying it. These are the two guys with the most power on the squad in terms of home runs. And then, yeah, Nico Button, just with Sam Gilliam coming back yesterday, that was obviously huge, but that also just allowed Button to get more at-bats, and he's going to get some more today too. And then, yeah, Ryder Helfrich center field. Even with the mistake yesterday, we still know how talented this kid is, and I feel like he's barely scratched the potential that he has with this team. I think if you look at the Crawdads and what they could do in the postseason, you mentioned Ryan Ellis. They're going to need a guy like Ryder Helfrich to really take over too, because if he's your 9-hitter, he's your most talented player just in pure talent alone. There's a reason why he's going to Arkansas, and he's probably going to play as a true freshman next year. And so, again, a very deep lineup. But, yeah, you got anything else to say besides Ellis in the leadoff spot?
Well, I think that's a really good point. The Crawdads need their best players to be their best players, and that obviously includes Ryan Ellis from a pure production standpoint has been um, probably their best player, and Ryder Helvig from a pure talent standpoint has probably the most potential, future potential of any uh, player on this team. But yeah, I do think of a guy though like Brian Duroff or Cole Fellows who, when some other guys have started to slump, they've really uh, picked it up recently. Joey Donnelly too. Last night he had a couple strikeouts in the leadoff spot, but I expect him to continue to stay hot. So I mean, this team. I mean, in baseball, it kind of goes like it's just kind of random. You don't necessarily know who's going to be good, uh, which day. Um, but you kind of need all your guys to be pulling in the same direction and all your guys to be playing their best baseball, which right now is not necessarily the case. But the Crawdads have been able to withstand this. They just swept Healdsburg Prune Packers. Sonoma Stompers are not as good as the Healdsburg Prune Packers. That's a fact.
That is a fact when you look at the records. And we know this is a very good Crawdads lineup, but honestly, yesterday it didn't really look as such. Cole Fellows was the only Crawdad to get multiple hits yesterday, and they scored 4 runs, which can win you ball games, but obviously didn't yesterday. And they've been scoring more than 4 runs in every other game, it seems like. They scored at least 5 runs, and I want to say 13 of their last 14 games. So, they're going to need an offensive explosion of sorts if they're going to really want to win this game comfortably and not have to stress about it too much. But yeah, I mean, look, we talk about the Crawdads lineup, and I just kind of want to get into the Stompers lineup too. Noah Rabin back in the lineup at the leadoff spot in right field. Jack Burden in center. Mikey Bell at third. Omar Gastelum behind the plate. Logan Azum, DH. Alfredo Capacetti, I want to say, is at first base. You've got Jose Ruiz at shortstop. Derek Bartram at left field, and Kellen Carr at second base. And a couple names that stand out to me here. Mikey Bell, he had the 2-run home run in the first inning. He had a couple hits yesterday. And no Isaiah Velasco, who was the walk-off hero, if you will. But so couple names. And Noah Rabin, he was the offensive player of the game in that CCL Showcase game a few weeks ago. He didn't play yesterday, but he's back in, and obviously he's one of their better players. And so having him at the leadoff spot, kind of like Ryan Ellis is for the Crawdads, is going to be very helpful for the Stompers to have Rabin. And look, they get Gastelum back behind the plate. I mentioned no Velasco, but Gastelum's hitting 347 in the CCL this year, right? So, I mean, he's a good player at San Jose State. And, yeah, I mean, look, and Azum, who was hitting leadoff for them yesterday, he's hitting fifth. So, I mean, look, overall, it's a different lineup that we saw yesterday, but it's still a very solid lineup nonetheless. You got anything on the Stompers lineup?
Well, there is one notable absence in the middle of that order. Chavi Iparagira. I don't know if I said that right.
That was not bad. I respect that.
I don't know if I said that right. But yeah, he is that thump in the middle lineup that I remember last time he was here. He hit maybe the furthest ball I've seen here. He's on the lineup, and we saw two of their runs come on a home run by Bell. So who is in this lineup? But without that thump, that makes the lineup a little bit more manageable. But the Crawdads on defense have to be better than they were last night. A couple costly mistakes there because it was kind of just like a lot of singles. You know, it wasn't really the power wasn't really there except for a few at bats.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think these lineups, like we talked about before, both are very solid. I think we would all agree that the Crawdads lineup is just deeper and better, and there's a reason why, because they're the second best team in the CCL North right now. But you can't really dismiss the Stompers lineup either. I mean, they're a very solid squad, to say the least. And look, we should see some good offense here. And we talk about the offense, but let's just get into the pitching. And we have so the reason why we started early, real quick, is because there's a host family event that is tentatively scheduled at 12:40, and so there's a few more minutes till that, but we are going to push our pregame show as long as possible until that happens. But before we have that little host family thing, let's just talk about some pitchers. And so for the Crawdads, Austin Bergeron is going to start. And you might be asking yourself, oh, well, who's available out of the pen? Everyone.
All hands on deck, baby. I love it.
I kid you not. When we see our list of who's available in the bullpen, Brant literally put all. So everyone is available, all hands on deck. And look, I think, something that Austin was telling us before the game is, like, I think the ideal scenario is Austin Bergeron goes, like, 3 innings, so you don't have to use him as much, and, like, the offense explodes, and you don't really have to worry about it. You don't have to extend them for much longer. But theoretically, Austin Bergeron on full rest, he can go 5 innings if he has to. He's done it before. And he's obviously one of the better pitchers for the Crawdads, was a CCL showcase game all-star. And so it'll be interesting to see how Brant Cummings and Jack Delmar manage Bergeron, because it would be nice to see him available for a playoff game, whether it's Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what happens. But you got to win this game first, right? So it just depends on how you decide how long he pitches today, how long you need him to pitch. But what do you have on Bergeron, and just who could we see out of the pen today? Because we could see anybody.
Yes, I think this feels like a Ryan Troy day. This feels like a Ryan Troy because McShane's not available. Valerio could be, but he's more a starter. This kind of feels like a Ryan Troy day. So this is going to be a big day for Ryan Troy, potentially Jackson Howell, Ryan Delaney, Owen Firestone too. But Bergeron has been one of the most consistent pitchers all season. The strikeouts, besides Sean Fitzpatrick, who is not here, so he has the most strikeouts on this team of the members of the team that are here. And he's been trusted by Brant all season, and clearly, he's trusting Austin in this situation. And I don't know if there's anyone I trust more. Austin Bergeron is a dog.
He is certainly a dog, and I like what you said about Ryan Troy, because I believe last time we saw him was against Healdsburg, when he did go 3 innings in relief of Cody Perry at Recreation Park, and so he should be rested. And he's a guy that, he literally went 3 innings that last time. He can go multiple innings, especially if the game is under control and Bergeron only goes a few. Then you're going to need another guy like Troy to make up another few innings or so, and he's been very reliable as of late. And so, I like that choice. But look, anybody could be available today. But we talk about the Crawdads pitching, and let's just talk about who the Stompers are going to be throwing out. So I just want to say yesterday real quick, the Stompers had a very good pitching performance, and I think a big reason why is because they had 2 pitchers. They had Chase Minor and Aiden Collin, who I would say are 2 of the better pitchers for the Stompers. Minor, in his last 5 outings, including yesterday, he had pitched at least 4 innings and given up at most 2 runs in each of those games. And Aiden Collins, a kid who 3 innings that he pitched yesterday were the most that he's had in an outing, but he hasn't allowed a run since July 10th. So those are a couple guys that are some of their better pitchers, and the fact that they went 4 and 3 innings, probably won't see him today. We definitely won't see him today, and might not even have to see him for Sunday. So, the fact that, look, Stompers got to win, and that's great for them and all, but they might not have 2 of their better pitchers, but they do have a really darn good pitcher today in Hawk Hill. And, you could look at his CCL stats, but I'd rather look at his stats at Chabot, because those are video game numbers, and it's honestly an insult to call them video game numbers. But in 11 appearances, 3 starts, 27 innings, a .66 ERA, and a .88 WHIP. And so, look, very impressive. The scouting report that Austin told us before the game is he throws 82 to 84, which is not overly impressive, but he just throws strikes. And I think the other thing, too, is he throws strikes, but that doesn't necessarily mean he gets strikeouts because as Chabot, in 27 innings, he only had 17 strikeouts. So he's going to work inside the zone, but I think a lot of his outs are going to be from ground balls or flyouts. And so, look, if you're the Crawdads, you got to take advantage of him throwing strikes, and you got to be able to put the bat on the ball and just find places where the defenders are not, right? So, I mean, look, they struck out a lot yesterday. Both Colin and Minor had 11 strikeouts, but if you could strike out less today, I think that'd be key.
Yeah, and I think they will strike out less than today because he is not a strikeout pitcher. But they need to be aggressive because he's not gonna walk guys. But I guess you want to. This is kind of hard because this is kind of just like this is like duh. But like you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to just swing at like everything. Be aggressive because the first strike you see might be the best strike, and it's only 82 to 84. So I assume he's going to be comfortable throwing his off speed early in counts. That's just my assumption. If you throw 82 to 84, your off speed stuff probably has to be really good. So yeah, I mean his stats in the CCL are a little bit worse, but I mean only 10 innings. But this Crawdads offense, in the last 5 games, have scored about 4 per game. Prior 10 games, they scored about 14 per game.
Yeah.
So it's been a little rough stretch. This is a classic get right game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we just have a couple more minutes left on this pregame show. I got the sign from Austin that the host family event thing is going to be 12:45. So we will start wrapping it up here. But yeah, I mean, look, this should be a fun game between a couple teams that, look, Crawdads are in must-win territory, and Stompers still have nothing to play for, just dignity at this point. They're not in the playoffs at all. So, but yeah, I mean, you got any final thoughts?
Well, the Stompers will love to spoil the Crawdads. This is the must-win of must-wins, the most must-win game there has ever been.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, we talked about it before how Crawdads were like in that must-win, can't lose territory against the Healdsburg Prune Packers, but it didn't feel as stressful as this feels now because I guess maybe at that time it's like, all right, you have a few more games left, and if you drop one, maybe you can still make it up, but at this point there's only 2 games left. Healdsburg only has 1 game left, so you have to win these games, but yeah, no, it's going to be tight for sure, but we'll start getting ready to go here. So thank you again for listening to our pregame show. For my co-host Kobe Siegel, I am Justin DeHaas. Thank you again for listening to the Walnut Creek Crawdads pregame show. Stay tuned for our little host family thing that we'll have, and then Austin and Carson are going to be on the call in about 15 minutes or so, roughly when first pitch is supposed to happen. Who knows if it'll start on time, but we'll see. So yeah, thank you again for listening to us.
The playoff pool in the north is set. However, first place has yet to be decided. The Stompers, who were eliminated 3 days ago, have a chance to play spoiler against the Crawdads, who again see themselves a half game back of the division lead. Hello, everyone. My name is Carson Mercier, alongside Austin Oda, bringing you coverage of the Walnut Creek Crawdads versus the Sonoma Stompers. Crawdads coming into today 24-9 in the conference, with the Stompers a little bit behind that, 15-8. This is game 2 of a 3-game series, and this is what the Stompers lineup looks like. Leading it off is the right fielder, Noah Rabin. Jag Burden bats second. He's in center field. Mikey Bell is the third baseman, batting third. Omar Gastelum does the catching. He's hitting cleanup. Logan Azum is the designated hitter, batting fifth. Alfredo Capacete is the first baseman, batting sixth. Jose Ruiz is the shortstop. He bats seventh. Derek Bartram is the left fielder, batting eighth, with Kellen Carr rounding out the Stompers' 9. He's at second base. Those 9 will be going up against Austin Berggren.
The big righty from Olathe, Kansas, Olathe, Kansas, has been great this summer. 1-1, a 4.28 ERA, 27 innings pitched. He's got 29 strikeouts to 16 walks. He's really cut down on the walks, just 5 of them in his last 4 outings, with 1 big blip of 4 walks in there. He will look to continue that today and shut down this really, really solid Sonoma Stompers lineup.
So Sonoma Stompers are coming into today with the all-gray uniforms, the blue helmets, blue hats with the orange bill, and the Crawdads, the classic red and white with the black hats, all 9 with the black stirrups. Noah Rabin steps in from the left-handed batter's box, and we're just about ready. Austin Berggren, the righty, delivers the first pitch of the game, a fastball on the outside, a strike, 0-1. First pitch time and temperature brought to you by Meadowlark Dairy, trying to hang on to that Old Town vibe since the early 1900s. 105 first pitch time, 82 degrees and sunny first pitch temperature. 0-1 swung on and missed the slider, and Rabin went chasing. He's down 0-2. Rabin on the year, 280, 4 homers, and 16 runs batted in. Already in a deep 0-2 hole here to lead off the first inning. 0-2 from Berg, another slider and swung on and missed. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and a strikeout for Austin Berggren to open up the day. This is what the Crawdads are looking like on defense. Outfield left to right, Cole Fellows, Ryder Helfrich, Ryan Duroff, that's the outfield. Infield third to first, Max Farfan, Matt King, Ryan Ellis, Joey Donnelly. Nico Button does the catching for Austin Berggren. Berggren Button is the battery. Here's Jag Burden, the center fielder, who we saw for the first time yesterday. He'll watch a first pitch slider that's in there for a strike, 0-1.
Love that. 2 first pitch strikes, 4 pitches, 4 strikes. He is definitely feeling it so far today.
0-1 from Berg. Slider chopped on the ground right side. Ellis ranges to his left, throws from the outfield in time to first base. 2 up, 2 down. Good start for Austin Berggren.
A pretty perfect start for Austin Berggren. A 3-pitch strikeout, a 2-pitch chopper. We've seen some trouble with the ball on the right side with Ellis and Donnelly so far this summer, but a good job there by Donnelly to recognize his duty to just get to the first base bag and make that sure out at first base.
That'll bring up Mikey Bell with nobody on and 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Bell, a 244 hitter with a home run and 13 runs batted in. First pitch from Berggren, slider hit on the ground left side, outside of the third base bag, a foul ball. So 3 batters, 3 first pitch strikes for Austin Berggren.
Yeah, all strikes is pretty beautiful for Austin Berggren. Something he's really struggled with, but he's getting ahead in the count and really, really good to see.
Yesterday, Mikey Bell, 3 for 5, a home run, and 2 runs batted in. Here's the 0-1 from the righty Berg. It's a fastball line down the right side, a foul ball. No balls and 2 strikes.
Pretty beautiful. Crawdads needed this start from Berggren, needed him to be in the strike zone. He is a competitor and a half. He's a guy that wants to win every single pitch.
No balls, 2 strikes. The 2-out pitch is a fastball line drive into right field, a base hit. So Mikey Bell stays hot in the series. He's on with 2 outs in the first.
Yeah, Mikey Bell's just a really good player. He likes taking the ball the other way. We saw him hit one to left center yesterday that was hit about 700 feet. He's been great. He's been very good and has really heated up of late. Came into yesterday's game, did Mikey Bell just hitting 221, but again, a huge day yesterday. Played well against the Crawdads last year.
Here's the cleanup hitting catcher, Omar Gastelum. We haven't seen him all that much this summer, but he's crushed Crawdad pitching. It'll be righty on righty, Berggren to Gastelum. Cutter just off the outside, 1-0. Gastelum, 347, a couple of homers, and 23 runs batted in. He's been extremely solid. And against the Crawdads, 4 for 9 with a double and 4 walks. 1-0 from the righty Berg. Fastball chopped on the left side. Farfan's got it. Spins, goes to first, and not dug out by Donnelly. It gets by him into the fence. Moving up to third is Mikey Bell. He will get there safely. Staying at first base is Omar Gastelum. He will reach on what could be called an E5.
E. Yeah, I think a play that could have been made on both ends. Donnelly has really, really struggled picking the ball at first base recently. But the E5 goes to Farfan because, yeah, it wasn't a perfect throw, but a ball that should have been picked.
So after 2 up, 2 down, the base hit and the error, there's runners on the corners with 2 outs for Logan Azum. Designated hitter grounds this one right at Farfan. It eats him up, and it's into left field. A run will come home to score, and for the second straight day, the Stompers strike first.
Yeah, a pair of errors on Max Farfan this inning. That one, a ball that just ate him up. Took 2 hops, took the big hop, and just couldn't come up with it. So after Bergen, was cruising and really has been cruising. A soft hit ball to the right side that dropped for a single, and then 2 ground balls that Farfan could have made a play on both of them.
It'll bring up Alfredo Capacete, the first baseman, who has not had an at-bat against the Crawdads this summer. However, did pitch a scoreless inning yesterday. First pitch line right back up the middle. Ellis has it on 1 hop. Will take it to second and first and end the inning. The Stompers score on a run, and on a hit and a couple of errors. We're going bottom first. Crawdads are coming up. One nothing Stompers lead after half an inning. They scored on a hit and a couple of errors on Max Farfan. The Crawdads are coming up. They look to respond with this starting 9. It'll be Ryan Ellis back in the lineup at second base to lead off. Brian Duroff bats second. He's in right field. Joey Donnelly's the first baseman batting third. Matt King is cleaning up. He's at shortstop. Cole Fellows bats fifth. He's in left. Tyson Pointer does the designated hitting. Out of the 6th spot, Max Farfan bats 7th. He's the third baseman. Nico Button does the catching. Ryder Helfrich rounds it out. He's in center field. They'll be facing the righty Hawk Hill.
Hawk Hill has been very good this summer. He is 2-0, 3.71 ERA, 17 and a third innings pitched. He's got 12 strikeouts to just 2 walks. Coming off an outing where he went an inning and a third, gave up an earned run on 2 hits. The last time he faced the Crawdads was his first outing of the summer. He went an inning, gave up a run, a hit, but struck out a pair.
So a very interesting start to today. The base hit in the top half of the first inning by Mikey Bell. Then 2 straight E5s allowed Mikey Bell to come around the bases and score. Stompers lead 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. Similar start to yesterday. They struck in the bottom of the first with a Mikey Bell 2-run homer. Ryan Ellis will step up to the plate to lead it off. He's been cold as of late, but still on the season, his numbers look pretty good. 341, 3 homers, and 22 runs batted in. Hawk Hill, the righty, will face Ryan Ellis, the lefty, And the first pitch is a fastball off the outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Ellis, a guy that crushes the Stompers. 6 for 9 with 2 doubles and triple and 5 runs batted in. 1-0 on the outside to even it up. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, the Crawdads are going to need first half Ryan Ellis today. It looked like he might have, got a little blip in his swing during the All-Star break. He's got to find that again as the Crawdads head to the postseason.
1-1 from Hill is sent out to center field. Back goes Jack Burden onto the track at the wall. It's gone. Leadoff home run from Ryan Ellis, his first home run in league play this summer, his 4th on the year, and the Crawdads strike and tie it up at 1.
Man, it's too bad the Crawdads don't have the same first half Ryan Ellis. Oh, wait, there he is. A absolute tank to right center field. He keeps that on-base streak alive, and that ball was mashed.
Right center field, the deepest part of the park, doesn't matter. We're tied at 1 in the first. So nice response.
Yeah, it's a good response.
And that'll bring up Brian Duroff, the right fielder. Duroff was 1 for 5 yesterday with a strikeout. First pitch from Hill is lined into left field, a base hit. So the home run and the single for Brian Duroff. The Crawdads are swinging early.
Well, yeah, Brian Duroff facing off against another Chabot legend, Hawk Hill. Just saw that first pitch fastball, saw it middle, and knew. I mean, he knows Hawk Hill better than just about everyone in this lineup, playing 2 years with him at Chabot. Sees the first pitch, knows what it's going to be, and flips it into left field. It's pretty hard.
That'll bring up Joey Donnelly, the third baseman, who bats out of the 3 spot today. 314, 3 homers, 25 runs batted in. A rough day at the plate yesterday. It's been a rough week or so at the plate. First pitch from Hill, fastball up and away, 1-0. Collectively as a team in the past week, the Crawdads hitting .225 with a .325 on base and a .359 slugging. That's good for a .684 OPS. And a little bit down from their season average. Donnelly squares the bunt. The 1-0 is a changeup that misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. On the year, the Crawdads at .289, .406, .434 with an .840 OPS. So this past week, well, it has been a little bit rough for them. Donnelly fits into that category. 130 batting average in his last 23 at-bats. 3 for 23. 2-0. Curveball, line drive, left field. In comes Bartman. He will be able to reach up on the run and make the catch for the first out of this bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the Stompers' defense. Outfield left to right, Derek Bartram, Jag Burden, Noah Rabin, Mikey Bell, Jose Ruiz, Kellen Carr, Alfredo Capacete, and Omar Gastelum. Infield left to right, Gastelum doing the catching for Hawk Hill. So 1 on and 1 out for the shortstop, Matt King. Righty on righty matchup. Duroff extends off first base, but it's a rather small lead. First pitch from Hill is grounded at the shortstop, Jose Ruiz. Down to a knee to second for 1. To first is not in time. 4-6 fielder's choice. Matt King beats out what could have been a double play ball to keep the inning alive.
Matt King has grounded into a ton of double plays this year, but has stayed out of a couple key ones in the last 2 days. Had one late in yesterday's game that he beat out on the back end. And this one just hustles his way down the line, gets there safely.
That'll bring up Cole Fellows. Today's left fielder has been very, very awesome at the plate. 309, 3 homers, and 30 runs batted in. Doesn't tell exactly the whole story. Runner on first base and 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Curveball in there for a strike. Looked like a good 12-6. It's 0-1. So on the 1st of July, Fellows had an OPS of 710. Today, coming into today, 825 OPS. He's really made strides in the past month. 0-1 from Hill. A fastball that misses up and away. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, he's been great. He's just hitting the ball harder, and I think the base hits are still there at the same level. The walks are still there at the same level, but he's turning singles into doubles. He's turning doubles into home runs, and that's been really, really important.
Talked about being able to elevate the ball to the pull side as the 1-1 is a changeup swung on and missed. A wild swing and a miss from Fellows. But the last few games, yesterday included, it was a foul ball, but it was crushed in the air down the line.
Did have a couple hard hit balls yesterday, a double and a single that were both hit very well and to the pull side, which is what we want to see him do more.
He was 2 for 5 with that double. Here's the 1-2. outside. Gastelum comes up like he's going to throw, but ends up holding on to it. Count goes to 2-2. 2 outs with Matt King on first base. 1-1 tie in the bottom of the first inning. Ryan Ellis led off the bottom of the first inning with a home run on the third pitch he saw. 2 balls, 2 strikes from Hill. Curveball, tapped foul right by Tyson Pointer, who actually snags it and tosses it back into the dugout.
We saw Rolf Ojeda, assistant coach Rolf, make a great play yesterday.
Yes, we did. We also saw him throw out a great first pitch
Yeah,
today.
yeah. Electric.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Bottom of the first inning, Hill takes a look to first, now set above the belt. Matt King goes, the 2-2 is grounded back up the middle. Second baseman Kellen Carr to a knee and has time to go to first and retire this side. So a couple of hits for the Crawdads, but the big one was Ryan Ellis, his 4th home run of the year. We're tied after 1 at 1. We're going top 2. Top of the second inning at Monte Vista High School. We're tied at 1. It's the Stompers and the Crawdads. Stompers have 7, 8, and 9 coming up in the bottom of in the top of the second inning to face Austin Berggren. It's Jose Ruiz, Derek Bartram, and Kellen Carr. First pitch to Ruiz, fastball high and tight, 1-0. Ruiz 244, 2 homers, 11 runs batted in. Got a pinch hitting appearance last night and struck out. 1-0 from Bergs. Fastball high, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, I think scientists need to study the season of Jose Ruiz. He strikes out about 45% of the time, but also has tons of extra base power.
2-0, change up, swung on and missed, and maybe foul tipped. 2 balls and a strike.
Future Gaucho.
Future, yes.
Not yet a Gaucho legend. Could be one day.
No, you're not on the Ryan Troy level yet.
No one is.
No. 2-1 from Berggren. Cutter. Grounded outside of first. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But Jose Ruiz, just like baseball player name.
Yeah, definitely.
51, baseball player number.
Yep. It's interesting numbers. The 2-2 from Berggren is a slider that misses down and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Berggren, very frustrated with that. He's I don't want to say emotional pitcher, but he lets you know when he's frustrated. Here's the 3-2. Cutter, line drive, right field, a base hit. Lead off base hit for the future Gaucho, Jose Ruiz. Second hit allowed by Austin Berggren.
Jose Ruiz, wearing number 51, sounds like the reliever that your team calls up for like a week in September.
Yeah.
Like, he'll give you like 3 innings. He's a really good immaculate grid answer.
Yeah. Here's Derek Bartram, the left fielder. 3 for 36 on the summer.
Hey.
Ouch back. First pitch, fastball misses high. 1-0 to the left fielder. Last game played for Derek Bartram was July 10th against the Healdsburg Prune Packers. And
That's always fun.
he went 0 for 1 with a
Strikeout.
Yep. 1-0. Fastball blew it past him. 1-1.
And I believe he is 0 for 17 with 11 strikeouts in league play.
20 strikeouts on the season. Does have a home run. 2 RBIs,
Big power.
.083 batting average. 1-1. Cutter hit on the ground, could be 2. King goes to second. There's 1 on to first. A double play. 6-4-3 double play erases the leadoff single, and there's 2 down.
Well, if you're Derek Bartram, what's worse than a strikeout in that situation? A ground ball right at someone. You got to feel for him. That ball wasn't hit softly. Well, it wasn't hit hard, but it was a good-looking swing. Good job to, he doesn't want to strike out. Just bad luck.
And here's Kellen Carr, the number 9 hitter and second baseman for the Stompers. First pitch, slider waved at and missed, nothing in 2. Carr, 154. No homers, no runs batted in.
Seattle U legend.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah.
Nothing in 1 from Bergs. Slider popped up in foul ground. Button moving over towards the Crawdads dugout, but he'll run out of room and watch it foul. Nothing and 2 to Kellen Carr.
I've been to the Seattle U campus.
Okay.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Like it's a solid little campus. That was the place though. Ugly softball stadium.
Yeah.
It's like in the corner of a track, like a track and field track.
Okay. Very similar to Santa Barbara City College.
Right, except the difference is
Not on a beach.
it's a D1 also.
Ooh. All right.
So, yeah.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the second inning. We're tied at 1. Here's the 0-2 from Bergen. In the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was the place where I almost caught a ball, where I had my hand up and then ducked away from the ball.
That can't happen.
I was in the middle of play-by-play.
It can't happen. 1-2 from Austin Bergen. Change up in the dirt. That'll even it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You were ready yesterday. You had the glove. We were in left field.
It would have been really cool to catch a home run yesterday.
It would have been. Mikey Bell hit a home run just, 75 feet left of where we were sitting. 2-2 from Bergen. Slider misses low, so the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
After having him 0-2, Bergen's going to take a little walk, toss the rods in a little bit, just reset. He knows Carr isn't the most dangerous hitter in this lineup, and he's a guy he can attack.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the second. Here's the payoff. Slider chopped on the ground. King got it. Farfan spins, goes to first, and it's in time to retire the side. Austin Bergen works a 1-2-3 second inning with some help from his friends. We're going to the bottom of the second inning, tied at 1.
Leading off.
1-1 tie in the bottom of the second inning between the Stompers and Crawdads. Hawk Hill back to work, his second inning of work. He'll have to face Tyson Pointer, Max Farfan, and Nico Button. Hawk from the stretch. First pitch of the inning, a fastball waved at and missed. Tyson Pointer went chasing on a fastball that was, if taken, probably a ball. Pointer on the year, 250. 7 homers and 24 runs batted in. Nothing in 1. Slider swung on and missed. A pretty good pitch from Hawk Hill.
Hawk Hill's got a little bit of that like Cody Perry, where he's not going to overpower you, but he'll throw strikes and he'll throw it with 3 pitches, and sometimes good hitters struggle with that.
Nothing in 2 pitch. Looked like a cutter, misses high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tyson Pointer. So we were talking about the OPS of Cole Fellows and how it's risen in the last month. Well, on July 14th, Tyson Pointer's was under 500 as this one is popped up just behind the second base bag. Shortstop Jose Ruiz in the outfield grass makes the catch for the first out. So on July 14th, Tyson Pointer had an OPS of 530. Coming into today, 833.
July 14th?
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's Max Farfan, the third baseman, 233, 10 home runs, leads the Crawdads, and 33 runs batted in. First pitch from Hawk Hill, curveball that breaks a little bit too low, 1-0.
Yeah, over 20 days, his OPS has risen from 538 to 827.
Yeah, 1-0. Same pitch in there for a strike this time, caught the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Max Farfan. Home runs yet, but it's what, the third time this summer that we've seen him one hop the right field wall. Such a good swing, and that'll bring up Ryan Ellis, the leadoff hitter. We all know what he did to lead off the first inning. Solo home run on the third pitch he saw. This one hit sharply on the ground. 2 hops for Kellen Carr. Throw to first is a little high, but brought down by Alfredo Capacete. Crawdads don't score in their half of the second inning. They leave 2 runners in scoring position after a couple of 2-out base hits. We're going top 3, tied at 1. Top of the third inning, it's the Crawdads and the Stompers tied at 1 at Monte Vista High School. Top of the Stompers lineup on to face Austin Bergeron for the second time today. Noah Rabin struck out on 3 pitches to start the game. Watches a first pitch slider in there for a strike, 0-1. Rabin will be followed by Jag Burden and Mikey Bell. No balls and 1 strike. Bergeron out of the windup delivers the 0-1. A changeup swung on and missed. So for the second straight at bat, Noah Rabin is down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors for the Stompers. 1 run, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Crawdads. 0-2 pitch is a slider in by the shoelaces. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Both teams scored 1 in the first. A couple of errors helped the Stompers, and then Ryan Ellis in the bottom half took 3 pitches to tie the game. 1-2 from Bergeron. Slider swung on and missed. Second strikeout from Austin Bergeron. It's the second time that Noah Rabin has gone down.
Center fielder, Jag Burden.
That'll bring up Jag Burden, the center fielder, grounded out to Ryan Ellis at second base in the first inning. First pitch from Bergs. Fastball on the outer third, a called strike. 0-1 to Jag Burden. 0-1. Changeup tapped to the right side. Donnelly will give it a chase, but it's outside of the first base bag. A foul ball. Second. Max Farfan out here in the top of the third inning. Berggren ahead of Burden. No balls and 2 strikes. He peers over the glove and working from the windup. The 0-2 is a slider down and in. 1-2. Austin, welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just doing a job, doing my thing.
Yeah, as always.
Like 80% of the time.
That is true. Here's the 1-2 from Bergs. It's a slider hit sharply on the first base line, but a foul ball. We'll do the 1-2 again.
You know, our stream, as always, is struggling.
Okay. What's new?
Nothing. Just doing our thing.
Wind blowing out to center from home plate. Here's the 1-2. It's a fastball fouled back. So the 1-2 will be done again. We on.
Yeah, we're on. Just slow.
Choppy.
In the red.
Yeah, that's not good. Too many people on the Wi-Fi.
No, it's just me, you, and Spencer.
1-2
Not
from
even
Berggren is a fastball line drive sharply into center field. A 1-out base hit for Jag Burden.
It's pretty swing. Jag Burden's been great all summer for Sonoma, and that continues here today.
Bring up Mikey Bell, who in a similar situation of the first inning of yesterday's game hit a 2-run home run. Today he singled, came around to score on a couple of Crawdad errors. Righty on righty matchup. Berggren set. First pitch of the inning, or the at-bat rather, is a slider outside. 1-0. Is the ice working wonders, or not
Oh,
quite?
it's doing something.
Getting there. 1-0. In the dirt, blocked by Button. Taking off for second base is Burden, but he is safe. He advances 90 feet on what will be called a wild pitch.
Yeah, Burden just kind of is all over the field. He does everything pretty well. He's, you know, just a really good player. He's a solid baseball player.
So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Now a runner in scoring position for Mikey Bell. Berggren set. Here's the 2-0. Slider swung on and missed. A big rip at it from Mikey Bell, but he comes up empty-handed. It's 2-1.
It almost feels like Austin Berggren has like 3 different sliders. He's got the cutter, the traditional slider, and then he's got more of a curveball. I think he can kind of just manipulate the slider in 2 different ways.
Yeah, it's Yu Darvish in a sense, the hard slider, slow slider. Somewhere in between slider. Here's the 2-1. Runner goes. Nico Button's throw to third is in time, and thrown out at third base is Jag Burden. What a throw by Nico Button to gun down Jag Burden for out number 2.
Nico Button has been so impressive with the arm this summer. That one, a pitch off the outside. He had the runner, the batter on right in front of him, Mikey Bell, but was still able to get that in time.
The pitch was a strike, so 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball line straight back. We'll do the 2-2 again.
3-2.
3-2, correction.
George Kirkland, killer, knows what he wants.
He does.
3-2.
Crowd mic picked it up.
And he's like right there-ish.
Yeah, but the crowd mic, it helped. They're in the dirt, ball 4. It gets away from Nico Button. Shouldn't really matter, but for the second time today, Mikey Bell is on first base.
Mikey Bell, a really good player. I was surprised looking at yesterday's numbers before the game that his average was as low as it was, that he really wasn't getting on base a ton because he's really solid. Does a lot of things really well.
Digging in for the second time is Omar Gastelum. Reached on the E5, back in the first. Slider misses way outside, 1-0. Berggren coming off his best start against the Lincoln Potters. He went 5 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs, 8 hits, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. 90-something pitches. Here's the 1-0. Fastball blew it past him, 1-1.
Yeah, but we talked about it. He's got the rubber arm.
Yeah.
Feels like he's never going to take himself out of a game. He's never going to be too tired to come out of a game.
I agree, and I think you could almost see it when Brandt was taking the ball from him. He's like, I don't want to. Here's the 1-1 from Bergs. Fastball popped up on the right side, shallow right field. Duroff racing in, loses the hat, but finds the ball. He's able to make the catch, running into foul ground for the third out. So a hit and a walk for the Stompers in the top of the third. They do not score. We're going bottom 3, tied at 1. Brian Duroff, Joey Donnelly, and Matt King here in the bottom of the third inning to face Hawk Hill, who's back out for his third inning of work since the leadoff home run to start the bottom of the first inning. He has been very, very solid. Just 4 hits allowed on the day, but no other run. This one is lined into pretty shallow left field, and Derek Bartram doesn't have to move. 1 pitch, 1 out, sharp line out for Brian Duroff.
Brian Duroff has had the same approach in both of his at-bats. Take the ball to the pull side, just both times right to Derek Bartram and left.
Bring up Joey Donnelly. 0 for 1 today, flew out to left field in his last at-bat. One tie between the Crawdads and Stompers in the bottom of the third. First pitch to Donnelly, fastball at the knees, 0-1. Kind of a must-win game for the Crawdads. Half a game back of the Healdsburg Prune Packers, as the 0-1 from Hill is a curveball that drops a little bit too low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yesterday, going into the game, half a game up, they lost. Packers won. That flips. The 1-1 from Hill. Curveball flipped foul, 1-2. But if the Crawdads are able to win the next 2 games, they will clinch first place. The Packers play today, and then their season's over.
Yeah, you'd love to finish the season in first place. I'll tell you that. The advantages are pretty unbelievable.
1-2, curveball again, taken, strike 3. First strikeout for Hawk Hill. Joey Donnelly goes down looking for the second out of the third.
And Hawk Hill does what I'll call the Hawk Walk, which is just a big strut behind the pitcher's mound. A lot of like kicking the legs, like I'm that guy.
Love it.
Here I come.
Almost Mike Clevenger-ish.
A little.
Got the happy feet pre-pitch. His first pitch to King is a little low, 1-0.
Of course, not a comparison to Mike Clevenger as a human being. Need to make that very clear.
1-0. Little low. 2 balls, no strikes to King, who's 0 for 1 and reached on a fielder's choice. Yes, pre-pitch, I don't want to say, maybe antics, the
Antics.
happy feet, whatever you call it. 2-0 from the windup is a slider poked foul. 2 balls into strike. Yeah. Well, we don't need to talk about Mike Clevenger.
No, I think we've talked about enough.
We can
Mike
talk
Clevenger
about Mike
today.
Clevenger in the NLCS.
I don't think we should glorify Mike Clevenger any more than he's already been glorified.
2-1 slider tapped up the middle. The shortstop Ruiz gets a high hop, throws to first on the run. It's not in time. Matt King runs out an infield single with 2 outs. So Matt King, the second time today, he's ran out a ball that could have been an out at first base.
Yeah, he's not the fastest guy, but when he smells a base hit, any hitter who smells a base hit, they're going to try to make their way to first base. That's exactly what he does there. Now with maybe the hottest hitter on the Crawdads team coming up.
It's Cole Fellows who grounded out to the second baseman, Kellen Carr, in the first inning to end the first inning. He bats with 2 outs and Matt King on first base for the second time today. King extending off first, not running. This one is chopped up the middle. Second baseman Carr flips to second and just barely in time to retire Matt King at second base to end the inning. So a hit, no runs for the Crawdads, no one left on base. We're going to the top of the 4th inning, tied at 1. Mr. Austin Oda, GM, going to be taking over when we come back.
Bottom half of no, it's not. I'm gonna mute myself and start over and pretend that never happened. Top half of the 4th inning in a tie ball game. All ones on the board. 1-3-0 runs hits errors for the Stompers. 1-5-2 for the Crawdads. It'll be for the Stompers, Logan Azum, Alfredo Capacete, and Jose Ruiz. 5, 6, 7 in the lineup. First pitch from Berggren is a fastball off the outside edge and low, 1-0. On the day, Azum 0 for 1, grounded a ball to third base that Max Farfan got eaten up on and allowed the 1 run to come home. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. Good fastball at the top of the zone. Count evens up, a ball and a strike.
I think Berggren's been pretty good.
The 1-1. At the knees, but call the ball off the inside. Maybe a little lower than the knees. 2-1.
You know, Berggren, the guy that competes in around the zone. Last time against the Stompers, 4 innings, 8 Ks.
2-1, line straight back and off to the left, 2-2.
So far today, just the 2 strikeouts working into the 4th inning, but he's been around the zone. A couple of errors that could have got him out of the first, allowed a run to score. Frustrating on that front, but I think he's settled down really, really nicely.
2-2, lined up the middle. That's a base hit for the leadoff hitting Azum.
And even with a leadoff base hit, as that's what happened in the 2nd inning with Jose Ruiz, there was a 1-out base hit from Jack Burden in the 3rd. You just feel confident. Berggren, ground ball pitcher, cutter, slider, sinker. He's going to get you a ground ball. So you're always comfortable and confident he's going to be able to get out of a spot like this.
That'll bring up Alfredo Capacete, yesterday's closing pitcher, who's been good on the mound and not as good with the bat. Grounded into a fielder's choice on the first pitch he saw in his first at-bat here. Takes the first pitch on the outside, 0-1.
Take a ground out to Ryan Ellis right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bergie already won double play ball today. That went 6-4-3 with Derek Bartram at the dish back in the 2nd. He sets at the belt. A long wait. Now the 0-1. Slider swung on and missed. 0-2.
I love Austin Berggren's repertoire with the hard slider, cutter, and the normal slider. The way he's able to play it off of each other, it works really well. He gets swings and misses in weak contact. It's awesome to watch.
0-2 slider swung on and missed. That one fell even further off the outside. It's the third strikeout for Austin Berggren.
I love that. If he's going to keep swinging at that pitch down and away, see how much you can get. That first one, down and away, a strike, right? That second one, a little bit further off, and then that 0-2 pitch, you don't have to be perfect. Throw it, like right there in the dirt. If he goes. Great.
First pitch to Jose Ruiz looked like the cutter. Sails up high, 1-0.
And, if not, so what? Because you're still ahead 1-2, and he's able to get the strikeout. And now ground ball likely ends the inning.
The 1-0.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hit our field mic, knocked it down.
Yeah, field mic's gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
Muted.
It's done. It is hanging.
Berggren sets at the belt, the 1-1. Ruiz swings through a slider, 1-2.
That was loud.
Yeah.
Still haven't quite recovered from that.
No, it's kind of the same sensation of the smelling salts yesterday where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, now I'm awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. The 1-2 from Berggren. Nods his head. Now comes to the plate. It's a slider. Checked on. Did he go? No. No.
Yeah, I don't think he went, but
No.
good pitch. Get the bite, right? That's what you're looking for, the bite. If he's thinking about it, that means that what you're doing is good. So now a little bit closer to the zone. You're going to get a swing and a miss. Weak ground ball. Doesn't have to be a strike. He's going to chase.
2-2. Slider falls off the inside. 3-2. Almost had movement coming back to the plate. Tried to front door him. Didn't get the call. I don't think Button expected it to move as much as it did.
No, that was an interesting looking pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top 4 all tied at 1. The 3-2. Runner goes from first. It's fly to center field. Pretty deep. Ryder Helfrich is there in front of the warning track. Now on the warning track, reads up. It's off the top of the wall and back into the fair play. It's not a home run. The runner, Azem, is going to be sent to the plate. King's got it. Here's the throw to the plate. Button applies the tag. It is in time at home. This game stays tied.
That was crazy.
What? I mean, tough play for Ryder Helfrich, who he was trying to feel out the wall, right? Had his back right hand trying to feeling the wall. The air, the wind, whatever, is pushing the bottom of the wall up. So he's like blanketed in the tarp out there. Sees the ball, comes back into play. Perfect relay to Matt King. Perfect throw to the plate. 8-6-2.
You know when the last time I saw a ball hit off the top of the wall, like literally the top, and come back into play was?
When?
Giants 2010, Matt Cain on the mound, Andres Torres, the center fielder, Ian Kinsler at the plate. First pitch to Bartram is a slider off the outside, swung through, 0-1. And it was a complete game shutout for Matt Cain, and that was the only ball, the only hard hit he allowed. It was a 1-0 Giants win, and that ball would have tied the game.
Wow.
The 0-1. Crushed to left center field. That's going to drop for a base knock. Helfrich's over to cut it off in the gap, but coming home to score is Ruiz. Bartram will hold up at first. It's an RBI single. His first hit of league play gives the Stompers a 2-1 lead.
It's a good swing, and hey, that's got to feel pretty good. Barreled up, left center, pull side, scores a run, gives your team the lead. Now for Berggren, after some help from the great relay, got to get out of it. Got to end it now.
2-1 Stompers lead, a must-win game for the Crawdads. Kellen Carr at the dish. She's 0 for 1, grounded out to far end and the second. First pitch up high with the fastball, 1-0. You've got to hope Austin Berggren gives you some length today.
Yeah, you thinking 5, 6. Pitch count I don't think is crazy.
Pitch count up to 62. This will be his 63rd pitch. The 1-0 is down low, blocked by Button, 2-0. So get after this at bat, and hopefully you're through 4 with 60 to 65.
That's not terrible.
Hopefully you get about 75 to 80 from Berggren. Maybe 5, 6 innings.
Went 90, I think 94 in his last outing.
2-0 to Carr. High chopper to shortstop. Matt King charges, gets a short hop, double clutch, throws on the run to first. It's in time. A nice play by Matt King to end the inning. But the Stompers score once on a trio of hits. No errors. They strand a runner on after Ryder Helfrich and Matt King double up to gun a run at the plate. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Crawdads now trail 2-1. Hawk Hill will start the bottom of the fourth inning with the Crawdads now trailing 2-1. It'll be Tyson Pointer, Max Farfan, and Nico Button. Same three that led off the bottom of the second inning for the Crawdads. Pointer 0 for 1, Farfan 0 for 1, Button is 1 for 1. Pointer and Farfan, a ton of power. Definitely the power part of the lineup for the Crawdads to try to turn this one around. First pitch slider swung on and missed. Farfan, or Pointer, did a good job to wait on it, but just swung through it off the outside. The 0-1. Pointer taps it foul back behind the plate. Omer Gastelum behind the plate snags it on a hop, but it doesn't matter. It's 0-2. Hawk Hill's got a strikeout. Struck out Joey Donnelly back in the third. That was a looking strikeout. Here is ahead 0-2 to Pointer. Same count he was in when Pointer popped out to shortstop. The 0-2. Curveball tapped foul. We'll reset 2-0 and 2 again. 2-1 Crawdads trail here in the bottom of the fourth in a must-win game. Right now they are a half game behind Healdsburg. They do hold the tiebreaker, so if the teams finish tied, Walnut Creek will be the #1 team. The 0-2. Pointer takes up high with the fastball, 1-2. Healdsburg ends their season today playing at home against Solano. The 1-2. Pointer takes a curveball down and in, 2-2. And you cannot expect Healdsburg to lose at home against Solano. If they do, Crawdads will take it. Crawdads' magic number sits at 2. The 2-2. Pointer pops it up right side, shallow, could be trouble. Sprinting in is Noah Rabin, coming towards the line. He goes into a dive and he can't make the catch. It kicks off him to the right. Pointer's gonna head to second base. He is in there, standing with the double just ahead of the throw. It's a leadoff double for Tyson Pointer, and the Crawdads are right back in business here to start the fourth.
A nice response. You know, down 0-2, foul off a pitch or two, take some close pitches, and doesn't have to be hit all that hard. Pointer's got the good speed, legs out the double. In scoring position, base hit scores him.
How was the sandwich?
It was good.
Did the job.
Yes, very hungry.
I bring up Max Farfan, who is 0 for 1 and 0 for 12 this year against Sonoma.
I do still think that, you know, turkey and cranberry sauce is crazy on a sandwich,
I don't.
but it was great right now.
First pitch to Farfan. Crushed to right center field, coming in into his left is Burden. He's not going to get it. It takes a big hop up to him. That's going to drop for a base knock. Pointer had to freeze at second base to make sure the ball wasn't caught, but it's the first hit of the year for Max Farfan against these Stompers, and there's runners on the corners with no outs for Nico Button.
It was a Major League Baseball play by Jag Burden. You see him out there racing in to his left, reaches up with that left hand like he's going to be able to make the catch. Excuse me, and he's about 10 feet from it. So Tyson Pointer, you know, he can't just take off right there, right? Because the impression is that Burden is going to be able to make the catch. Lands right in front of him, and pointer, instead of scoring, is only able to get to third. So for now, a nice job by Jack Burton to keep that run from coming home.
Nico Button at the plate has really struggled with runners in scoring position, just 4 for 20 this year. With an extra base hit, it was a double against Healdsburg. It's here with runners on the corners, no outs, and a 1-run Crawdads deficit. First pitch to Button is a slider off the inside and low, a ball and no strikes. Button is 1 for 1 today, lined a single to the left side, his first at bat, having a great, great summer.
Been a very pleasant surprise.
Didn't play a ton at Cal. The 1-0. Button chops it to first base. Capacete snags it on a hop, goes to second one. Ruiz will fake a throw back to first, but Hill was late to cover. It's an RBI ground out for Nico Button, and we're tied again.
Hey, that works. Not a base hit, but you trading out for a run right there. Tie the game. Stompers 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth. Crawdads 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth. They're
Trading
playing,
runs.
Yeah, they're trading, playing. What's the game called when you're like trading, but it's a game?
Pokemon.
That's crazy. Speaking of, you look like Ash.
First pitch to Helfrich is high and tight with a fastball 1-0. Yeah, I'm wearing a Crawdads hat today. Carson says I look like Ash Ketchum
I think you do.
from the Pokemon series. You can hear the cackle from Justin DeHaas. Here's the 1-0 to Helfrich. Hit high and deep left field, but it looks like it's right at Derek Bartram, right in front of the warning trap. He's able to make the catch for the second out.
Well, he pulled the ball in the air, just right at someone. A little unfortunate. A great swing from Ryder.
Yeah, didn't know it was possible.
It's the first
I'd
time
never
we've
seen it.
First time.
Hawk's gonna do the Hawk walk. I mean, he's all over the place.
Yeah. No. Back to the Ash Ketchum. The red hat, black shirt, the hair under the bill of the cap. You look up Ash Ketchum, and it's literally Austin Oda.
Here's Ryan Ellis, 1 for 2, a home run and a ground out. Game tied at 2 now here in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch to Ellis. Popped up left side foul. You know who really looks like Ash Ketchum, especially the hair?
Who?
Nick Proctor.
A little bit, but you more. It's just the black shirt, red hat. I haven't seen Proctor in a black shirt and red hat.
Got to change that.
Yeah. Maybe. Soon.
Hill will look to first. The 0-1 to Ellis. Crushed to first base, but Capacete's got it on one hop. He walks it 2 steps to the bag and retires the side. So the Crawdads get a run on 2 hits, no errors. They leave a runner on first. We'll head top 5, all knotted at 2. The top of the lineup for Sonoma to start the top of the 5th, all tied at 2. So basically right back where we started back in the first inning. Noah Rabin, Jag Burden, Mikey Bell to hit against Austin Bergeron, who's been very good through his 4 innings. Will face the first pitch to Rabin. It's a fastball right on the outside at the knees, 0-1. Rabin, I mean, pretty easily the best hitter in this lineup.
Yeah.
But he's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Won the CCL Player of the Game, offensive player for the All-Star game. He'll take an 0-1 pitch off the inside and low.
Hit a home run, right?
Big home run.
Yeah.
Pimped it. Love it.
North lost, though. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Big comeback.
Yeah.
By the South. The 1-1. Chopper to the right side, and Rabin is 1 strike away from an early hat trick.
What was it streamed on? It was
Bally
on,
Sports
It was on
West.
Bally, but you could only get it on, Peacock maybe. I don't know. It was ridiculous. I finessed the system, got it
Good.
for free.
The 1-2. Rabin chops it up the middle past the reach of Bergeron into center field. A softly hit base knock to lead off the 5th.
And I was like a proud father watching Ryan Ellis, Matt King, and Ryan Brome hit in the first and second inning. Ellis didn't get a base hit in that game. King, a couple of hits, a double. Ryan Brome almost hit a bomb. RBI hit as well. When Ryan Brome hit that single, I was on the top of the world.
Here's Jag Burden. Burden 1 for 2. First pitch to the lefty, squares to bunt, but takes on the outside for a called strike, 0-1. Tied at 2 here in the top of the 5th. Bergeron comes set. Now brings it to the belt. The 0-1. Crushed to right field, but it's right at Brian Duroff, who barely has to move and makes the catch for out number 1.
Scary. Anything that's hit hard and in a tie game, I mean, this game means a lot, right? This game pretty much means everything for the Crawdads, playing for off days that are needed. And that ball hit on the screws. Luckily, Duroff was right there.
The baseman, Mikey Bell.
Yeah, that'll bring up Mikey Bell. Right-handed hitter. First pitch to him is a slider outside, 1-0. Bell is 1 for 1. Single, came home to score and reached on a walk. Tied at 2. The 1-0. Bell takes high with a fastball. 2-0.
So if you're wondering who's going to come in next for the Crawdads, the hot list, which is the pitchers that are throwing today, literally said all. Everyone's available.
2-0. Swing and a miss. Good cutter off the outside, 2-1.
And I think that shows you how important of a game today is. You can't, clinch tomorrow if you don't win today.
Technically could.
Technically, but you
Don't
can't
want to have to rely on Healdsburg.
losing to the
lose.
Mudcats, yeah.
2-1. Bill takes the slider down and away, 3-1.
And they don't play till 6 o'clock tonight, so it's not like this game will end and we'll know the result. Just got to win.
Looks like Cade Cushing is on a knee in the bullpen. He could go like 7 innings today if he needed to.
Talk about rubber arm. Guy's got one.
Hitters count to Bell with a runner on first. The 3-1 is at the knees on the inside, 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the 5th, all tied at 2. Rabin on first. Bergeron ready with 3-2. Rabin goes. Pitch is grounded to short, and it's up the middle, a base hit. Rabin around second. He's heading for third. Helfrich's up with it. He's just going to toss it in to second base. It's a base hit for Mikey Bell. He's 2 for 2, and there's runners on the corners.
The 3-2 hit and run. Gotta love that. It's just some good baseball, poking that thing right back up the middle. Had King, been the one covering the second base bag on the steal. Probably would have been able to turn 2, but instead it was Ellis covering. And it just sneaks back up the middle. And, well, Austin Bergeron going to have to bear down. Going to be tested right here.
Omar Gastelum, the hitter, bats with runners on the corners and 1 out. Bergeron would love a double play ball here. Tie game here in the 5th. Bergeron's first pitch to Gastelum is on the inside with the cutter, 0-1. Crawdads have 7 hits on the day, but also 2 errors. Both of them came back to hurt them. Both of them in the first inning, both of them by Max Farfan. Meanwhile, the Stompers have 8 hits. The 0-1. Slider down low, good block by Button. 1 ball and a strike. Looks like Cade Cushing is going to already start to throw. Need him to be a stopper.
It's bold.
Crawdads looking for their first divisional title since 2014. Bergeron's 1-1. Slider off the outside. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire. 2-1. Every pitch feels like a huge one. Tie game here in the 5th. Runners on the corners, 1 out. A double play ball would get Bergeron out of the inning and get the bats back. 2-1. Off the outside, past Button. He can't find it. It's actually at his feet. So he did a good job to keep it in front of him, even if he didn't know it.
CRS, catcher unsaved. 3 balls, a strike. Almost wouldn't be surprised to see, intentional walk. Azum, good hitter on deck. 1 for 17, 1 for 18 against the Crawdads this summer. Something to just, keep in mind.
Meanwhile, Gastelum, 4 for 11. One of the best hitters on this team in a hitter's count. Bergeron sets the 3-1. High ball 4. Bases are loaded. So they pitch around Gastelum, but bases are loaded. Forced at any base. I'd assume the corners come in. The middle infield will play back.
Force is anywhere, right? Go to the plate. Third, second. Force is anywhere. You just got to make sure of 1. You're not. A run here doesn't really kill you.
Farfan at third is about halfway. Joey Donnelly's pretty much all the way back. Bases are loaded, 1 out. Here in the 5th, tie game. First pitch to Azum. Swing and a miss. Changeup fooled him, 0-1.
Got that sword. It's a good pitch.
Runners third to first. Rabin, Bell, Gastelum. Azum at the plate. Bergeron on the mound. Starting to tire a little bit. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball past him on the outside, 0-2. This next pitch will be number 85 for Austin Bergeron here in the 5th, in what could be his last inning of the regular season. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, all tied at 2. Middle infield double play depth. Farfan's in at the third base corner with Donnelly back at first. The 0-2. Smash into center field. Ryder Helfrich is going to circle under it, and he makes the catch. Here comes the tag from third. Helfrich's throw to the plate is going to be offline. A run comes home to score, and it's 3-2.
Good. I mean, the throw, if had it been on time or on line, I think it may have gotten Rabin just a little bit up the third base line. Still, take the out. Trade the run, down 3-2, not really, you got to score more, right? So really not hanging your head over that 1-run scoring, in my opinion.
Sonoma has a 6.3 ERA against the Crawdads this year. Crawdads need to put some balls in play. First pitch to Alfredo Capacete is a slider off the outside and low, 1-0.
And on the flip side, Crawdads pitching has been really, really good in the past week. Against the Stompers this summer, 4.37 ERA.
The 1-0. Fastball low, 2-0.
The past week, 3.65. You take out a couple of bad innings from Owen Firestone and Jackson Howell, it's more like 2.41.
Pitching has been very, very good recently. It looks like Cade Cushing is ready to go for the Crawdads. The 2-0. Smash right center field. Helfrich going over to his left. He's not going to make the catch. It 2-hops the wall. Coming home is Bell. Gastelum is going to be held at third. It's an RBI double for Capacete, and it's 4-2.
That's the one that's frustrating. That is, yeah.
Still a lot of baseball to be played, but a big 2-run fifth inning for Sonoma. Brant Cummings is going to head to the mound, and he's going to make a pitching change. The day for Austin Bergren is over. Cade Cushing is going to come in early in this ball game to try to keep it at a 2-run game. We're going to step aside. When we come back, there's a new pitcher here on the Crawdads streaming network. A new pitcher for this Crawdads team. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by NorCal Oaks. NorCal Oaks is a nonprofit organization dedicated to developing skilled players who want to excel in the game of baseball and softball while attaining strong character and life skills in a fun and positive environment. It's Cade Cushing.
Cade's got the 2-0 win-loss, 1.45 ERA, making his 14th appearance of the summer. CCL lead in saves with 5, and 18 2/3 innings pitched, 24 strikeouts, 9 walks, just 12 hits. The whip at 1.23, coming off the most important outing of this season. He went 2 innings against the Prune Packers, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and at the time, it put the Crawdads on top of the CCL North for the first time since the second game of last season. If the Crawdads want to retake that throne, going to have to get out of this jam, and no better guy to go to than Cade Cushing.
Obviously, not a save situation, but feels like he can save the Crawdads' chances at first place by getting out of a 2-on, 2-out jam. This inning started with an Noah Rubin single. Jack Burden flew out to right. Mikey Bell singled. Omar Gastelum walked to load the bases before Logan Azam hit a sac fly to center field, and then Alfredo Capacete at an RBI double. Here's Jose Ruiz, who is 2 for 2, a single and a double. He's had a very, very good day. First pitch from the righty Cushing, runners on second and third, 2 outs. It's a fastball at the knees, called a strike on the inside, 0-1. Cush is fastball, curveball, primary. Fastball's got a good amount of carry to it. Curveball, a big amount of drop. So plays them off of each other and does so very well. The 0-1 from Cushing to the righty Ruiz. Curveball swung on and missed. Beautiful 12-6, started at about the belt and fell past the knees.
Such a good pitch from Cade. I mean, fastball around the top of the zone, then that 12-6 that drops in or below the zone. It's the swing and miss pitch for sure.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on second and third. Capacete on second. Gastelum on third. Cushing ready. The 0-2 pitch to Ruiz is high with the fastball, 1-2.
Don't hate that miss, though. Not at all. Because 12-6 plays off of that very pitch right there.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-run game here in the 5th. Second to last game of the season, the last home game that Crawdads will play in the regular season this year. 1-2. Curveball just a little outside, 2-2.
Yeah, it looked like Ruiz was sitting on that one. Knew that curveball was coming, and really good pitch by Cushing, just a couple inches off the plate, and a stone cold take.
Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cushing sets above the belt. Now looks to the plate, and the 2-2 is a curveball down and away. 3-2. Good pitch, though.
Ruiz strikes out a lot. 3-2, something around the zone. Challenge him.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Derek Bartram, he's 1 for 2. He's on deck. The full count pitch from Cushing. Outside ball 4. Not really close with the fastball.
Yeah, but it does load the bases, but Derek Bartram with the hit today. I mean, 4 hits on the summer. 4 for 39.
But his first hit of the summer, at least in CCL play, was a big one. Drove in a run his last at bat. 1 for 2, grounded into a double play as well. Here bats with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the 5th. The first pitch is popped up on the infield, might be playable, but it looks like Donnelly is going to give it a look, and it's going to be foul on top of the Crawdads dugout. It's an 0-1 count to Bartram.
Good job, strike 1. You're ahead. Put him away. Keep going.
Got to get this out. Crawdads have been hitting the ball well. I mean, they have 7 hits, couple extra base hits, the Helfrich double, the Ellis home run. So they're seeing the ball pretty well today. 2 runs in 4 innings is not bad by any means.
No, not at all.
Got to keep it going, though. Got to stay right here in a 2-run game. The 0-1. Bartram takes a fastball on the outside edge at the very top of the zone. 0-2.
Very top. Very, very top. Probably not a strike.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gastelum, Capacete, Ruiz, your runners, 3rd to 1st. Cushing sets at the belt. The 0-2. Fastball struck him out swinging. First strikeout for Cade Cushing. Strands the bases loaded in the 5th. But not before the Stompers score twice on 3 hits, no errors. They leave the bases loaded. We'll head bottom 5. Crawdads looking to strike back here on the Crawdads streaming network. Crawdads trail by 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. It's Brian Duroff, Joey Donnelly, and Matt King to hit for the Crawdads, who trail 4-2. Duroff, though, has hit 2 balls hard. 1 dropped in front of the left fielder, 1 was caught by the left fielder. So he's only seen about 3 pitches, but he has hit both of them very hard. First pitch to Duroff is a slider down and away, 1-0. So Hill saw that he had swung at the first 2 pitches he had seen, both fastballs, and decided to mix in a slider there. Try to get a chase, knowing Duroff was aggressive The 0-1 is off the outside again, 2-0. Crawdads would take a leadoff walk with Joey Donnelly, Matt King, Cole Fellows up after Duroff this inning. That's 3-4-5 in the Crawdads lineup. Hill's in agreement with Gastelum, the 2-0. Down and away, 3-0. So it'll be interesting to see what Hawk Hill can do here in this inning after a very long top half of the 5th inning. See if he's rested. Some people, some pitchers treat long innings as rest. Some of them, their arms just kind of get tired, more tired, sitting there. Not as loose, the 3-0. Strike right down the middle, 3-1. But again, Duroff would take a walk. Just need base runners. Here in a 2-run game, the tying run in the on-deck circle here in the 5th. 3-1. Popped up on the right side behind first base. Alfredo Capacetti and the second baseman, Kellen Carr. Who's going to get it? It's Kellen Carr, but he drops the ball in foul territory. It's going to be an error, and the Crawdads, Brian Duroff, has another life. You could just kind of tell Alfredo Capacetti did not see that baseball. Was not comfortable trying to make a play on it. So the count is run full to Brian Duroff, who has another life against his Chabot teammate. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. First error for Sonoma. Three balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Hill sets from the windup. Nods his head, now takes a deep breath, and the 3-2 is popped up on the right side, pretty much same spot. Alfredo Capacetti, the first baseman, over in foul territory. This time he makes the catch for the first out. So after Hill falls behind 3-0, gets 2 strikes and the foul out. That'll bring up Joey Donnelly. Joey is 0 for 2. Just 3 for 17 this summer against Stompers pitching. First pitch to Donnelly. Fastball just off the outside, 1-0. The zone seemed to expand for Cade Cushing in the last inning. Not the case for Hill here. 1-0, down and in, 2-0. Back-to-back batters that Hawk Hill has fallen behind, 2-0. Donnelly again, he would take a walk, and he's a guy with 20 steals. Should be 21, as Healdsburg kind of gypped him of one. But a guy that really can steal a base if he gets on. 2-0. Down and in, 3-0. So back-to-back 3-0 counts for Hawk Hill. Donnelly will be in take mode. Crawdads have stopped swinging on 3-0. Completely have stopped doing it. The 3-0 on the outside with a fastball, 3-1. Don't hate the take, obviously. 3-0, no reason to swing it. The 3-1. Hit high, shallow right field. Going over is the right fielder Rabin. Over towards the right field line. It's going to drop foul, 3-2. Actually ended up being a pretty deep foul ball. It was about 20 feet, 15 feet from being a home run if it was fair. Hawk's going to do the Hawk walk and step back onto the mound. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 4-2 Crawdads trail here in the 5th. Back-to-back times, he's come back from 3-0. Now the 3-2 is a high tapper over the head of Hill. Second baseman Carr's going to get it on 2 hops. Throws on the run to first. It's wide of first. Donnelly's around first, heading for second as Gastelum picks it up over by right field. It's going to be a base hit and an error from Kellen Carr. And there's a runner on second with just 1 out. So Donnelly gets his first hit of the day, and it'll bring up Matt King. King 1 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice, and then singled in his last at-bat. Beat out an infield hit. Good job by Donnelly to hustle that one out. And now the Crawdads, no double play possibility. King, the guy you want at the plate right now, has been swinging a very good bat recently. Had a couple hits yesterday. Doubled earlier in the series. The first pitch to King is smashed down the left field line. That's going to drop a fair ball, a base hit into the left field corner. Donnelly's going to come home to score. King's tearing around for second. Bartram's throw to second is not in time. It's an RBI double for Matty Ice, and the Crawdads cut the lead in half. It's 4-3. the 31st RBI for Matt King this summer. King saw first pitch fastball on the inside and was able to turn on it, identified it early enough to be able to poke it on the pull side. And the Crawdads, who have matched the Stompers in each of their innings, 1 run for Sonoma in the top of the first, matched by the Crawdads in the bottom half. 1 run for Sonoma in the top half of the fourth, matched by the Crawdads in the bottom half. 2 in the top of the fifth. Crawdads on their way to matching that here. The longest time we've heard all the leaves are brown and the sky is gray, California Dreamin', as Zach Pace is now going to head to the mound, and this is a good time for a look around the CCL. This look around the CCL, you've heard enough. You know what it is. It's brought to you by American Stage Tours, small enough to care, large enough to compete. There is some action in the bullpen, but just getting started is the lefty for Sonoma. In other games going on right now, Lincoln and Bay Area are underway, but no score reported. It's the only other game going on. OC and Slow will play at Sinsheimer later tonight. Of course, Solano and Healdsburg, the game that all eyes will be on. That one in Healdsburg tonight at 6. Conejo Santa Barbara will play at Pershing Park tonight at 6. Academy and Arroyo Seco at Jackie Robinson Memorial Field play at 6:05. And OC and Slow, the second and third seeds in the CCL South, play at 7. That one at Sinsheimer Park. This is a very long timeout. Very, very, very long timeout. We're going to hear all of California Dreamin'. The mamas and papas, they have to send us like royalties or something. So Hawk Hill's going to stay in. King on second, 1 out. He's going to do a long hawk walk behind the plate and bring up Cole Fellows. Fellows is 0 for 2, looking to attack for the first time today.
Left fielder, Cole.
King on second, 1 out. Righty Hill to the lefty Fellows. First pitch. Fellows takes just below the knees, 1-0. Good take by Cole. Nothing really to do with that one. He's ahead in the count. A ball and no strikes. There is a lefty warming up in the Potters or in the Stompers bullpen. I can't see what the number is. The 1-0. Way outside, 2-0. I'm informed by Kobe Siegel. It's Garrett James, the really, really solid lefty. So it looks like Walnut Creek will see a pair of Stompers they saw last year. James pitched for Sonoma early in last season. Of course, pitched the full season for them this year. See if Fellows has the green light here on 2-0. He does, and he pounds it into right field. That's a base knock. King is going to be waved around third. Here comes the throw from McBean to the plate. It's going to be cut off, and King's going to be held at third base. It was a aggressive send by Ryan Lovato, but he ended up holding King at third base. It's 3 straight hits for the Crawdads, and it'll bring up Tyson Pointer with runners on the corners and still just 1 out.
Designated hitter, Tyson Pointer.
The hawk walk has become kind of funny at this point. Like, it's like he needs a minute to reset every time. The pitch clock would kill Hawk Hill. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Hill tosses the ball in his hand. Pretty sure if he drops the ball on the mound, it's a balk. So I would not want to toss that ball up if I was him. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Tyson Pointer doubled in his last at bat. Here he taps this one over by Garrett James in the Stompers bullpen. 0-1. Double play ball gets Sonoma out of this inning. But with Fellows on first, King on third, Pointer good speed at the plate. We'll see what happens. We'll see if the Crawdads think to put Fellows in motion over at first. The 0-1. Pointer smashes it to left field. Coming in is the left fielder Bartram. It's going to drop for a base hit. King comes home to score, and once again, we're tied 4-4. The teeter-totter continues for Walnut Creek and Sonoma. 4 hits, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for Sonoma. 4 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for the Crawdads. Zach Pace is going to head out to the mound, and it looks like this will be the day for Hawk Hill. Garrett James is going to come in when we come back. A new ball game, all tied at 4. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by NorCal Oaks. NorCal Oaks is a nonprofit organization dedicated to developing skilled players who want to excel in the game of baseball and softball while attaining strong character and life skills in a fun and positive environment. It's the lefty, Garrett James. James has been good this year, an 0-1 record, but a 3.86 ERA in his 7 games, one of them a start, 11 2/3 innings. He's got 10 strikeouts. The big number is 9 walks, 16 hits, coming off an outing where he was okay. And in the win against Solano, he went an inning, gave up 2 runs, 2 hits, but neither of the runs were earned, only struck out, or didn't strike anyone out, and walked 1.
Third baseman Max Farfan.
Runners on first and second for Walnut Creek with 1 out. Max Farfan's going to be the hitter. Farfan 1 for 2 today. It's going to be Fellows on second, Pointer on first. Now all knotted up at 4. First pitch from the lefty to the righty Farfan is swung on and missed. Looked like the changeup. Down and away, 0-1. Farfan hit a very hard single to right center his last time. He would love to attack there again. Oh, 1. Tapper foul back behind the plate, 0-2. So Farfan, who strikes out a lot but has been good against left-handed pitching so far on the season against lefties. Farfan, 6 for 15 with 3 home runs. A 1.526 OPS against left-handed pitching. Small sample size, but that'll play. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Time is called at the plate. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The 0-2. Farfan strikes out swinging, got the fastball past him. It's 3 pitches, and a strikeout for Garrett James, and there's a big out number 2. That'll bring up Nico Button, who's having a good day. 1 for 2 on RBI. A single, a fielder's choice.
Catcher Nico Button.
Button bats here in a very big spot, all tied at 4. Bottom of the 5th, lefty on lefty. Fellows on second. The first pitch to Button is a changeup, swung on and missed. 2 first pitches, 2 first pitch strikes, 2 first pitch changeups for the lefty Garrett James, a big tall lefty who Kobe Siegel compared to Clayton Richard, Padres legend, the 0-1. Just a little inside, 1-1. Not sure where that one missed. Either way, 1 ball, 1 strike. Button would rather be there than 0-2. Good speed on the bases for the Crawdads. Fellows on second, Pointer on first. The 1-1. Button taps it, check swing, left side, could be a base hit. Over is James, it's perfectly placed. Nico Button loads the bases with a check swing, base knock, and here comes Ryder Helfrich. It's a 2-hit day for Nico Button. Ryder Helfrich has hit 2 balls very, very hard. 1 to left field, 1 to right center. He has been swinging a fantastic bat from the right side recently. Has the handedness advantage against the lefty Garrett James. Fellows on third, Pointer on second, Button on first. Tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 5th. Ryder Helfrich, a late addition to this team, but a guy that everyone knows. This guy is going to be special. First pitch, way outside, 1-0. James struggles with the walk. He's got about a walk an inning, just a little under. Not where you want to be, but a really talented left-handed pitcher. 5 hits in the inning for the Crawdads. The 1-0. Popped straight up, back behind the plate, 1-1. 5 hits, an error this inning. The bases are loaded with 2 outs and Helfrich at the plate. The board symmetrical. 1-0-0-1-2 reads the scoring for the Stompers, and it reads the same for Walnut Creek. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. James brings the set to the belt. The 1-1. Helfrich takes a curveball just a little high, 2-1. It was a curveball that I think it missed a little higher than it ended up looking like, but Gastelum did a good job to bring the pitch down as it came down. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Ryder Helfrich in his biggest at-bat in his Crawdads career. The 2-1. Outside and low, 3-1. A walk would bring home a run. There's nowhere to put Ryder Helfrich, one of the most dangerous hitters in the CCL. Fellows on third, Pointer on second, Button on first. James hangs the left arm, now comes set. The 3-1. Ground ball through the right side. That's a base knock. Coming home to score is Fellows. Pointer's right behind. Here's the throw to the plate. It is up the line. The throw now goes to second. It's into center field. Here comes Button for the plate. He's in there. The throw's going to go to third. It's offline. Here comes Helfrich for the plate. It's an inside the park Little League grand slam, and the Crawdads lead 8-4. A ground ball that was hit at about 45 miles an hour through the right side. A missed throw to the plate by Rabin, that's 1 error. A missed throw into center field, that's 2 errors. And then a missed throw to third base. 3 errors on the plate. 2 runs come home to score as 2 RBI. And then 2 runs come home by the miscues. It is 8-4 Crawdads. 3 errors on the play. Wow. Here's Ryan Ellis. Crawdads lead 8-4. It's a 6 spot in the 5th. First pitch to Ryan Ellis is down and away, 1-0. Ellis is the 9th player to hit this inning. So it's a single, an error on Rabin, and then an error on Gastelum. Actually, Rabin did not make an error. Sorry. The 1-0 to Ellis is on the outside with the fastball, 1-1. So E2 and E8. I'm going to work on this on my book later. The 1-1. Ellis pounds this one to right field. It's going to hook foul, though, and it's 1-2. So it's a single. The error by Gastelum moves Button to the plate. The error by Gastelum moves Button to the plate. The error by Burden moves Helfrich to the plate. 2 RBIs either way. Whew. The 1-2. Ellis takes on the outside, called strike 3. It was a curveball that was not a strike, but Ellis goes down for the first time. Hey, the Crawdads score 6 times on 6 hits, 3 errors. They don't leave anyone on base. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Crawdads lead 8-4. Top half of the 6th inning, Crawdads lead by 4. First pitch from Cade Cushing is a fastball down and in, 1-0. So we're still trying to figure out the craziness that ensued last inning. We're not really sure, anything. This game has gone all over the place. The 1-0 to Carr is a tapper high to shortstop. Matt King scoops the short hop, throws on the run to first. It's in time. All momentum going the Crawdads' way after the Little League Inside the Park Grand Slam from Ryder Helfrich. Unbelievable. Here, I'm honestly just a little bit in shock right now.
Right fielder, Noah Rabin.
Here's Noah Rabin. He's 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a single. Single to lead off the 5th inning, then came around to score. First pitch from Cushing to Rabin is a fastball on the outside at the knees, 0-1. It'll be interesting to see who the Crawdads go to after Cush in this game. They could ride him the rest of the way, or at least try to, but it's not something they've done, and they don't want to keep him out for the playoffs. 0-1 is pounded to right field, but that's foul. Over into the softball field, 0-2. It's a pretty nice crowd here for the Crawdads closing game. What, about 85 people? 0-2, just a little tight. 1-2. Official attendance by Kobe Siegel, 92, which I think is a season high. Hopefully we get to 100 for the playoffs. The 1-2. Curveball. Called strike 3 at the knees. It's the second strikeout for Cade Cushing. It's a hat trick for Noah Rabin, and there's 1 out here in the 6th. That'll bring up Jack Burden.
Center fielder, Jack Burden.
I feel like I kind of need to, like, reset a little bit. Like, it's still just the 6th inning. But, I don't even know. Here's Jack Burden. Takes the first pitch up high, 1-0. This team has done so many amazing things this year. That might take the cake. The 1-0. Burden. Oh, ooh, ooh. Into the softball field, foul. That ball was cleaned out, hit about, what do you think, 800 feet? The 1-1 to Burden. Curveball a little high, 2-1. Jag goes to Cal. Jag is such a cool name. Like, we don't talk enough about how good of a name team this Sonoma Stompers team is. The 2-1. Burden lines it to center field. Coming back is Helfrich. He's going to reach up on the warning track, leaps, and he makes the catch as he crashes into the wall in center field. Everything is coming up Crawdads as we head to the bottom of the 6th. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Cade Cushing, and it's 8-4 Crawdads. We're going to reset. Just a personal little, got to stay within myself. Got to take a breath. Game not over. But hey, it's the bottom of the 6th inning. Crawdads miraculously lead 8-4. The day for Hawk Hill is over. He was okay. Brian Duroff leads off the 6th. First pitch is hit high to the right side, but in play for Noah Rabin, who comes in a little bit, makes the catch sky high for the first out. And I think the final line really kind of detracts from Hawk Hill's solid performance. He went 4 1/3 innings, gave up 11 hits, 6 runs, all of them were earned. Didn't walk anyone, struck out 1.
First baseman Joey Donnelly.
Here's Joey Donnelly, who singled to really start the rally back in the 5th. He had a ground ball to the second baseman Carr that was gobbled up and then thrown wide to first. Here he taps onto the right side. Capacete is going to field it on a big hop. He's going to run it to the bag and beat Donnelly by a couple steps. 2 pitch, 2 outs, and there's 2 down here in the 6th. There's a new second baseman also. As Kellen Carr exits the game, it's now Jeremy Maldonado. Who, very famously, Maldonado has 3 hits this year. They are all against the Crawdads.
Shortstop Matt King.
That'll bring up Matt King, who doubled in the last inning. First pitch to King, squares to bunt, pulls back, gets a fastball on the outside, 0-1. James 0-1. On the outside corner, 0-2. 8-4 Crawdads in a game that, 15, 20 minutes ago was 4-2. Crawdads trailed. The 0-2. Down low with a fastball, 1-2. Update. Rangers and Mets have agreed on a deal to send Max Scherzer to the Rangers. The 1-2. King grounds it past third, foul. Scherzer does have a no-trade clause, but could waive it. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. James is going to go talk to his pitcher. Hey, after the game today, be sure to head to Pete's Brass Rail. There'll be 5 Crawdads in uniform. Doing some signing. We're going to raffle off some gear, some merch. Go see Ryan Ellis, Ryan Delaney, Owen Firestone, Cole Fellows, Joey Donnelly. Some local legends, some out-of-town legends. Meeting between Gastelum and James. The 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Two grounded to the left side, over to cut it off as the third baseman Bell throws high to first, but Capacete pulls it down to end the inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning to calm the Crawdads a little bit. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Still 8-4, Crawdads lead. It's the heart of the lineup for Sonoma to hit here in the top of the 7th. Mikey Bell, Omar Gastelum, and Logan Azem. Or Azem, excuse me. Cade Cushing still on the bump. Mikey Bell 2 for 2. Watches the first pitch curveball sail up high, 1-0. The 1-0. Popped up on the right side. That'll go foul. Button's going to give it a look. It looks like it's making its way back, and Button makes the catch by the screen. It looked like there was no chance for Nico Button, but he has been unbelievably solid behind the plate, especially on those pop-ups, and makes the catch for a big out number 1 here in the 7th. That'll bring up Omar Gastelum, who's 0 for 2. A flyout, reached on an error by Farfan and walked. Bats with no one on, and 1 out. First pitch. Fastball just a little tight, 1-0. Cushing in his 3rd inning of work. The 1-0. Tight with the fastball, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. The 2-0. Wake up, 2-1. Fastball just below the knees. Not sure where that one missed. Mac, what do you think? Where did that miss? No, you're supposed to say it didn't miss. The 3-1 from Cushing. Cleaned out to the left side, but well foul, 3-2. Count has gone full. 2 Gastelum, Logan Azem, excuse me, on deck. The 3-2 from Cushing. From the windup, delivers to the plate. It is called, strike 3, drops in the curveball to the knees. Cush strikes out his San Jose State teammate. It's 3rd strikeout here in the 7th. Now to bring up Logan Azem.
Designated hitter, Logan Azem.
Azem is 1 for 2. Singled, reached on an error. Hit a sac fly. First pitch, checked his swing on a ball up high. Did he go? Yeah, says the third base umpire, 0-1. Top of the 7th, Crawdads lead by 4. The 0-1. Way up high with the fastball, 1-1. Cushing above the belt. Readies with the 1-1. Slider, it looked like. Checked his swing. Didn't go around. Ball down and in. 2-1. 2 balls, a strike, 2 outs here in the 7th. The 2-1. Line to right field, but Brian Duroff is there. Comes in, goes into a slide, and he makes the catch to end the 7th. I said at the end of the last inning, I'll say it again, everything is coming up, Crawdads. We'll stretch, head to the bottom of the 7th. Crawdads lead by 4. Bottom half of the 7th, Dad's lead, 8-4. Cole Fellows, Tyson Pointer, Max Farfan will hit for Walnut Creek.
Leading off the bottom of the 7th inning for Walnut Creek, the left fielder number 6, Cole Fellows.
Fellows, left-handed hitter, singled in his last at-bat. The first pitch popped up on the infield over is Jose Ruiz, the shortstop, with about 3 steps in the outfield grass, reaches up, makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll bring up Tyson Pointer, who's got a pair of hits, an RBI, a double.
Designated hitter Tyson Pointer.
Pointer, a double and a single today. Single was a big run, drove in a run. First pitch to him here, squares to bunt, gets it down, right side over to get it is the first baseman Capacete. He's gonna go to tag Pointer, and it's not in time. Pointer beats it out. It's an infield bunt single and a 3-hit day for Tyson Pointer. That'll bring up Max Farfan, who's 1 for 3, a strikeout, and a single.
Third baseman Max Farfan.
Farfan bats with a runner on first, 1 out, 8-4, Crawdads lead. James gonna pick off to Farfan. They've got him picked off, but Capacete drops the ball now. He picks it up, tags Pointer, and there's 2 down. So it's 2 pitches, 2 outs. And Max Farfan was in the box. He's ready to hit. We'll see if he swings first pitch, and we could have a 3-pitch inning. We've officially hit the 2-hour mark in this one. The first pitch to Farfan. Curveball just a little inside and low, 1-0. Crawdads scored 6 in the bottom half of the 5th. The 1-0 from James. Farfan grounds it to third on 2 hops. Mikey Bell flubs it, picks it up. Long throw to first is not in time and dropped by Capacete. It's going to be an infield single. Nah, an error. Single. Farfan would have beat it out. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Home cooking. 2-hit day for Farf. That'll bring up Nico Button, who's having a very good day. A pair of hits and RBI, scored a run. Was very involved in that crazy inside the park Little League home run. Hits here, 2 outs, runner on first.
Catcher Nico Button.
15th hit of the day for the Crawdads. First pitch to the lefty Button. Change up, down and in, 1-0. James comes set with the 1-0. Button takes up and away, 2-0. On deck, today's hero so far, Ryder Helfrich had the 2 RBI single that ended up scoring a pair of runs after it on the ensuing errors. – 2-0. Button swings over a changeup, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 15 hits for the Crawdads, plus 4 errors for Sonoma. 2-1. Button grounds it to the right side. Over to get it is the new second baseman Maldonado. He will lob it over to first, and just keeping his right foot on the bag is Capacete. It's the 3rd out of the inning. No runs to hit, no errors. They leave runner on. We'll head to the top of the 8th. 8-4 Crawdads. Top half of the 8th inning, Dads lead by 4, and Cade Cushing will try to keep it right there. Alfredo Capacete, Jose Ruiz, Derek Bartram will hit against Cade Cushing, who has been very good so far today for Cade Cushing. He has gone 2 1/3 innings, has not given up a hit, has walked 1, struck out 3. First pitch to Capacete, who's 1 for 3, is high and tight with the fastball, brushes him back 1-0. Of course, since Cushing has come in with 1 out or 2 outs in the 5th, as the 1-0 is flied foul by Capacete, 1-1. Since he's come in, no hits for Sonoma. Cushing has been the stopper all year, and he's stopping the Stompers right now. From the windup, Cushing's 1-1. Tight with fastball, jerking back is Capacete, 2-1. No outs here in the top of the 8th. No one has scored since the 5th. The 2-1. Popped up back of the infield. It's the second baseman, Ryan Ellis, says Cushing's going to stare down Capacete, and Ellis makes the catch for the first out. Now Capacete is going to run to the mound and brush by Cushing. There's a little something going on right there. Not quite sure what, but there's the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Jose Ruiz, who has reached base 3 times. A pair of hits, a single, a double, and a walk. Ofi is getting loose in the Crawdads bullpen. First pitch is a swing and a miss. Good slider by Cush, 0-1. I would love to see Owen Firestone end this game. The 0-1. Curveball drops to the knees on the outside, 0-2. Looks like Nico Aspilcueta is also getting loose in the Crawdads bullpen with Firestone. The 0-2. Fastball just a little high, 1-2. After this at bat, I think we should peruse the CCL. The 1-2. Fastball high, 2-2. The 2-2. Curveball at the knees on the outside, called strike 3. 4 strikeouts for Cush here in the second out of the 8th. That'll bring up Derek Bartram. Bartram is 1 for 3 today. Singled, grounded into a double play, and struck out. First pitch, down and away, 1-0. Cush, his longest outing of the year to this point was 2 2/3 innings. That just completed his 3rd. Also is tied his season high with 4 strikeouts. 1-0, Bartram pops it up sky high past the infield. Matt King shades the eyes with the glove in the outfield grass, makes the catch for the 3rd out. It's another 1-2-3 inning for Cade Cushing. You could tell me that's Sean Fitzpatrick on the mound. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Crawdads lead it 8-4. Bottom half of the 8th inning, this call to the bullpen is brought to you by NorCal Oaks. NorCal Oaks is a nonprofit organization dedicated to developing skilled players who want to excel in the game of baseball and softball, all while attaining strong character and life skills in a fun and positive environment. It's the righty Peter Jensen, the local kid from Moraga, went to De La Salle High School, so facing a couple of his teammates here in this one. He has been great this year, one of the best pitchers in the CCL. He's an 0-0, his record, but a 2.34 ERA and 15 1/3 innings, has 26 strikeouts to just 12 walks. And officially, Max Scherzer will be a Ranger, has waived his no-trade clause.
Leading off the bottom of the 8th inning for Walnut Creek, the center fielder,
Here's Ryder Helfrich.
Ryder Helfrich.
Helfrich having a very good game. A double, a single, 2 RBI. That single, he came around to score on the single, on 2 errors. Gave the Crawdads the lead. He's halfway to the cycle. Carson Mercier can say that to me, but he can't hop back on the ball at broadcast. Just kidding. Everyone pray for Carson. First pitch, Helfrich is up and away. Ball 1. Carson's fine. He wasn't a fan of the turkey and cranberry sandwich that I bought him. The 1-0. Tight, but called a strike, 1-1. Ryder didn't like it. No action in the Crawdads bullpen. This game might be Cade Cushing's to finish. He's been very economical through this one. He's been very good. The 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. And I think the thinking for that is the Crawdads need to win these next 2. If they win these next 2, they're the 1 seed. And I think you expect, with about 45, 50 pitches, he can be back for a game on Wednesday, should the Crawdads play then. The 2-1. Down and away with the fastball, 3-1. Jensen, a very, very hard thrower, a big slingy righty. Listed at 6'1", looks a little taller than that. The 3-1. Popped up just past the infield. Jeremy Maldonado, the second baseman, in right center field. Shallow will reach up and nearly drops the ball, but he catches it on the second attempt. It's a P4 to start the 8th, and there's 1 out as the lineup card flips to Ryan Ellis. One of about 25 Rye guys on this team. I heard today Ryan Spacek, the OG Rye guy, was 93 to 95 in his first, and not his first bullpen, but in a bullpen, which hasn't played for the Crawdads this year. Probably will never play for the Crawdads, but I feel like after making fun of Carson, I feel like I got to give him one back. Ellis led off the Crawdads' day with a home run. First pitch, he takes down and in with a fastball, 1-0. Since then has been hitless, a ground out, a pair of ground outs, and a strikeout. Andy Mack has college eligibility left, so he's going to come suit up for us. The 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. Ellis ahead in the count, 2-0. Crawdads lead by 4 here in the 8th. The 2-0. Ellis chops it up the middle. Jensen's got it on a hop. We'll run a couple steps to first and underhand flip to Capacete for out number 2. That'll bring up Brian Duroff, who is 1 for 4 as well. Single in the first inning, flew out to left, popped out in foul territory to Capacete, and then flew out to right.
Right fielder, Brian Duroff.
Crawdads and Stompers have been scoreless since the 5th, but in that 5th inning, Walnut Creek was able to score 6 on a couple big hits and the Ryder Helfrich bases loaded single that turned into an inside the park Little League home run with an error by the catcher Gastelum and an error by the center fielder as well. As time is going to be called on the field as a ball has gone wild in left center field. A bullpen ball. Looks like Jackson Alcayaga is going to go over and get it. Shout out to Jackson Alcayaga for being here, by the way, because he has not had an at-bat since June 14th and is still catching bullpens for the Stompers. Big shouts. Love it. Here's Brian Duroff. First pitch, Duroff flies it to the right side, foul. Got a good cut. Hit it hard, but hit it foul. The 0-1. Duroff checks his swing on a changeup on the inside, nothing in 2. Crawdads down to their last strike here in the 8th, and then they'll send it to the top of the 9th, where the Crawdads will look to tie the series at 1 and inch a little closer to first place. The 0-2 slider swung on and missed. First strikeout for Jensen. He gets a guy he faced a lot in high school. We'll head to the top half of the 9th inning. It's 8-4 Crawdads. It's closing time here from Monte Vista. Top half of the 9th inning, Jeremy Maldonado will check his swing at a first pitch. George Kirkland says yes, he did. Crawdads lead by 4 here in the 9th. Casey Cummings is into the game in center field. The 0-1. Maldonado checks his swing on a curveball. George Kirkland says yes, he did. It's 0-2. Cade Cushing for his 4th inning of work. Crawdads lead by 4. The no-ball, 2-strike pitch to Maldonado. Curveball at the knees, called strike 3. It's a season high. 5 strikeouts for Cade Cushing, and there's 1 out in the 9th. That'll bring up Noah Rabin. Rabin is 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts and a single. First pitch to Rabin. Fastball at the knees, nothing in 1. The 0-1. Fastball down and away, 1-1. Crawdads will play Sonoma tomorrow. That's going to be an evening game, or excuse me, a day game, a 1 o'clock game in Sonoma. Final game of the year, the 1-1. Curveball down low, 2-1. Cushing has been terrific so far. The game of the year for Cush. 3 2/3, no walks, or excuse me, no hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts so far. The 2-1. Fastball up and away, 3-1. Rabin with 1 out here in the 9th. Crawdads lead by 4 after they scored 6 unanswered from the bottom of the 5th. 3-1. Right down the middle with a fastball, 3-2. Nico Aspilcueta and Owen Firestone getting loose in the Crawdads bullpen. The 3-ball, 2-strike pitch is hammered to right field, but that'll go foul. We'll do it again. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Crawdads looking to get back to a tie for first place. The 3-2 pitch to Rabin. It's high, ball 4. So it's the second walk Cushing is allowed, first since the first batter he faced, Jose Ruiz. It'll bring up Jag Burden.
Center fielder, Jag Burden.
Here's Jag Burden, who's 1 for 4. First pitch. Hit high, shallow right field. Brinder off the right fielder. Started back, now drifts in. He will make the catch by the bill of the cap, and there's 2 down here in the 9th. A Crawdads win today would make it make their magic number 1 going into the last day of the season. Solano and Healdsburg play tonight. It'll bring up Mikey Bell. The Crawdad killer, who's reached base 3 times today, hit a home run yesterday, is the last out, the last hope for Sonoma. Cade Cushing, the first pitch. Runner goes. Pitch is a curveball down and away. No throw. It's a defensive indifference that moves up. Noah Rabin to second base. One and 0 the count. Cushing sets below the belt. Now looks to second and delivers. Fastball up high, 2-0. Game is not over yet. The Crawdads have had a lot of trouble closing games down, but Cade Cushing has been the stalwart of the bullpen. The 2-0 to Bell. Down and away, 3-0. The tying run is in the hole right now for Sonoma. Right now, it would be Logan Azum. 3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Rabin off second. The 3-0 to Bell. Up high, ball 4. So a pair of walks in the inning brings up Omar Gastelum to the plate. Stompers have a heartbeat. And Brant Cummings is going to head to the mound. He's going to really jog with some purpose to the mound. He'll talk to Cush. I don't think he's taking him out. Brant kind of kicks the dirt by the mound, and he's going to talk to his young righty from San Jose State. Cush has been nails this year. Here today, a season-high 4 innings, a season-high 5 strikeouts, and Brant Cummings is going to leave him in. Owen Firestone is getting juiced in the bullpen. Here's Omar Gastelum. He's 0 for 3 today, a walk, a strikeout, reached on an error, and flew out.
Catcher, Omar Gastelum.
Gastelum has been very good this summer. Was one of the All-Stars for Sonoma. Hits here with runners on first and second, 2 down. The first pitch from Cushing is a fastball up high, 1-0. Gastelum and Cushing teammates at San Jose State. Wouldn't it be poetic to end this game like this? 1-0-0-1-2-0-0-0 reads the line for Sonoma. 1-0-0-1-6 for the Crawdads. The 1-0 is a changeup or curveball down low, 2-0. So 6 straight balls thrown by Cushing. Sonoma has not scored since the second, but they're threatening here in the 9th. The on-deck batter represents the tying run. This would be Cade Cushing's longest outing of the summer. He only threw an inning and 2/3 this last year at San Jose State overall. The 2-0. Popped up on the infield. Joey Donnelly in foul territory. He will reach up by the first base bag, and he makes the catch. The Crawdads win. The Townies win. They are tied for first place in the North with 1 game to play. Cade Cushing shuts it down. He comes in the 5th inning and keeps the Crawdads right in it. 1 game to play. The winner goes to Cade Cushing. He was nails. The loser is Hawk Hill. No save. Game started 1:05, ended 3:30. 2 hours, 25 minutes, time of game. The Crawdads with 1 more game to play. That will be tomorrow. That'll be at 1 o'clock. That'll be for the CCL North. I'm going to step aside. I'm going to hand it off to Kobe Siegel and Justin DeHaas. For now, my name is Austin O. The Crawdads won 8-4.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Walnut Creek Crawdads postgame show. I am your host, Justin DeHaas, alongside my co-host, Kobe Siegel, and Crawdads win 8-4, and we will get your player of the game interview shortly. But first, let's take a look around the CCL. So, this look around the CCL is brought to you by American Stage Tours. American Stage Tours, small enough to care and large enough to compete. And so, looks like this is the only game going. Well, we got this game, and then Orange County and San Luis Obispo is in the pregame, 0-0 right now. Solano plays Healdsburg later tonight. That's going to be 6 o'clock. Keep your eye out on that. If Healdsburg loses, the Crawdads clinch the number 1 seed. If not, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow and have to beat the Stompers then, which is going to be at Arnold Field, by the way. We'll get into that later. And then let's see here. Besides that, looks like Orange County and San Luis Obispo play 2 games today because they got one now, and then looks like there's one that's going to start at 7. Then Lincoln and Bay Area are playing right now, and it's not showing me the score for whatever reason, but that game is in progress. And the Academy Barons are playing the Arroyo Seco Saints. That is a 6 o'clock start time. And so we looked at some of the out-of-town scores, but let's just talk about the score that we have here. And this was a crazy game, to say the least. Crawdads, I mean, you know, it's very symmetrical scoring, right? When you look at the scoreboard, you know, the Stompers score 1, Crawdads score 1. Then a couple zeros in there. All of a sudden, the Stompers score 1, Crawdads score 1. All right, well, we're back to 2-2, right? Then the Stompers scored a couple runs, throw up the first crooked number of the game, if you will. And at that point, we're thinking to ourselves, like, oh, man, we're in, like, desperation mode, right? Like, maybe this isn't it. Okay, well, Crawdads come back. They throw together a couple runs. Now we have a tie ball game. Okay, we're feeling good, right? Ryder Helfrich at the play. Bases loaded. Ryder Helfrich, pretty good player. He's going to Arkansas. There's a reason for that. And he ropes a double into the outfield, and that's going to score 2 runs. So we all know that, right? Going to go up by 2, right? Oh, but there's a throwing error to home on the first one.
Oh, yeah.
And then, so, okay, well, that's going to score another run, right? Oh, well, but then Ryder Helfrich is going to second base, rounding to second base at this time. He's got to throw, the catcher's got to throw him out, right? Because he's kind of off, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, then he tries to throw him. Oh, but that goes in the outfield, so then Helfrich just rounds third. Lovato is giving him the windmill, just round him around third base. And then all of a sudden, he comes home, and we have a Little League grand slam.
Oh, my God.
And so, yeah, and then after that, I mean, smooth sailing for the pitchers. I mean, very quick, very fast game. I mean, we're already done by 3:36. I mean, game time was probably
2:25.
2:25, so not even 2.5 hours yet for an 8-4 ball game. I mean, that's short of a game for teams that had 9 and 15 hits respectively. But yeah, I mean, look, just a crazy game all around. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, a crazy game. The big inning in the 5th won a game, and we've seen the Crawdads have big innings. And big innings, a lot of the time, win you the game. But the Crawdads, as they do a lot, took advantage of the mistakes. 4 errors in that 1 inning for the Stompers. Obviously, the 2-on-1 play, but there's an error on foul ball pop-up, an error on the Joey Donnelly play to get him the second. So just kind of a really sloppy defensive performance from Sonoma. And I see Cade walking towards us. We can talk about Cade Cushing a little bit before, but I mean, 4 innings. At the start of the season, he was kind of just a 1-inning guy closer, but now he's extended himself. And that 9th inning was a little rough at the end, but he stuck in there and got it done. Credit to Brandt for trusting.
Yeah, your Crawdads player of the game is brought to you by DVY Cards and Collectibles, a local shop of all your favorite cards and collectibles, conveniently located just off the 4 freeway. And as Cade makes his way up the stairs, yeah, I mean, he's been the closer all year, right? And now he goes 4 innings, and really curious to see just him talk about his own performance, because that was a heck of one here. But yes, sir, we have Mr. Cade Cushing. He is up here right now. Cade, pleasure having you on the show.
Cade, early in the season, you were more of a one inning guy we saw at Lincoln in a previous game. You had a little trouble going that third inning, but now 4 innings. You got out of the jam in the ninth. What have you done?
It's just preparing your body, getting a little bit better shape, and also when you're trying to stretch, you gotta, save some bullets. When I come into close, just one inning, I kind of just let it fly, just try to blow fastballs by guys. But when you gotta, expand and stretch yourself out a little bit, that's where the pitching comes in the part of it. Mixing in off speed, dotting up around the play, and just make sure you throw strikes.
So, what was the communication like with Brant and Deli? Did you know that you were going to go the rest of the game, or when you came into that fifth inning, did you have an idea how long you were going to pitch?
No, I had no clue. I was just trying to take it one inning at a time. I knew they were going to try to, ride me out a little bit, but, just taking it one inning at a time. And, I told Delmore I felt good, so he just let me go.
Yeah, and in that ninth inning there, you got 2 quick outs and got yourself in a little bit of trouble. Then Brant comes out. What did he say to you?
He just said, not going to be out here long, just checking in, making sure you're feeling all right. Just gave me a little bit of a breather, which was kind of what I needed out there. So that really helped me.
All right, well, as you well know, the scenario, Healdsburg loses today. You guys clinched the 1 seed, but you guys could just control that on your own with a win tomorrow. What do you guys need to do to get that victory and get that 1 seed?
I think this group plays a lot better when we play loose. It's a great group of guys, a great camaraderie around the team. So we try not to think about it, just come up and win a game like we usually do.
All right, well, Cade, pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And so your DVY Cards and Collectibles Player of the Game is brought to you by DVY Cards and Collectibles. I think I was supposed to say Crawdads there, but oh well, it happens. So your Crawdads Player of the Game is brought to you by DVY Cards and Collectibles, a local shop of all your favorite cards and collectibles, conveniently located just off the 4 freeway. And yeah, I mean, look, I was talking a little bit about Cade's performance before he got up here, but yeah, he's been the closer all year. He, like you said, he started off really 1 inning at a time. All of a sudden, now he's going 2 innings at a time. You mentioned before the show how he had that appearance against Lincoln where, yeah, he just kind of ran out of gas a little bit after 2, but he didn't run out of gas until after 4. That's when Brant had to come out with that last out. And, yeah, like he said, I'm sure Brant didn't have to say much. He didn't want to have to put in another pitcher. He just said, he probably basically just said, finish this game, please. Like, I trust you. You are one of the best pitchers on this team. I know you can get this out. Just get this for me, please. And that's what he was able to do with a pop-up to Joey Donnelly at first base. But, yeah, just talk to me about Cushing's performance.
Well, I mean, he was awesome the entire day. And he was talking about saving bullets. And one thing that you can do to save bullets, you don't necessarily have to throw the fastball your hardest all the time. You can, drop in a curveball for a strike, and we saw that early in the game, and it also helps when you got some good defense behind you, no errors, and besides the 9th inning, he only had 1 walk to 5 strikeouts. So he was just, I mean, he was really efficient until that 9th inning. And I think the curveball for him is the key because we know about his fastball, but when the curveball is a threat that can mess with the hitter's mind a lot, maybe that'll make them later on the fastball. You can get some chases, and maybe they're expecting curveball. They look at a fastball down the middle. So, I mean, he was just awesome the entire day.
Yeah, Cade was great, and I also want to talk about Austin Bergeron because those were the only 2 pitchers that the Crawdads had to use, which, I mean, I was surprised with how much Cade pitched, but then I realized, okay, well, that just means no Bergeron tomorrow, no Cade tomorrow, and we talked about in the pregame show, all hands on deck. Well, that's basically the case again tomorrow, just none of those guys, and basically throw out whatever you need to do to win that game because – this is more than Cade has pitched this summer, but theoretically, if you win tomorrow, all of a sudden you don't pitch again until Wednesday, right? And I'd like to think he'd be available by that Wednesday game. Now, granted, if you all of a sudden play Tuesday, that makes things a little shaky, but theoretically, you won't see Berger and you won't see Cushing, but everyone else should be in play. But yeah, Austin Bergeron. When I look at his performance, we have high standards for a guy like Bergeron as a CCL Showcase Game All-Star. So, not a terrible performance by any means. He didn't get blown up. He gave up 3 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings, 4 runs total. And we interacted with Bergie a little bit after, and you could tell he wasn't thrilled with his performance. Obviously, he's got high standards for himself, but overall, I mean, he did fine most of the time. It was just he gave up a lot of contact, lots of hits, and just traffic on the bases. And granted, he didn't get a lot of help. Like there was a couple errors by Farfan in the first inning that made him throw a couple like 10 extra pitches or something like that. So, he didn't have the best of luck, but at the same time, he also could have done a little bit better than what he did, but still just kept the team in the game, right? This is a Crawdads offense that through the first 4 innings and all of yesterday was just struggling a little bit, and they just needed that 6-run inning in the 5th to really try to get him loose. But yeah, what'd you make of Bergie's performance?
Well, so Berger's performance, that first inning where he gave a run, there was 2 errors, but in that first inning, he only threw 1 ball. And when you only throw 1 ball, I mean, you're going to be pretty good. Soft contact, all ground balls. Obviously, that run was not earned. Second inning,
Ryder Helfrich, and I'm confident saying that I think we'll see him tomorrow in the lineup. But yeah, I mean, just talk to me about Casey Cummings. It was a shock to all of us to see him enter in the 9th and what someone like him could do for the team, not just tomorrow, but we got a whole postseason coming up.
Yeah, well, the number one thing is his defense in center field. We've seen a few times without him. There have been some plays that Casey would have made that maybe others just don't have the experience in center or the athleticism to get to. We've seen his arm. He has 3 or 4 outfield assists on the season. His defense first and foremost, but also the power upside. With him in center field and at the plate, yes, he strikes out a little too much, but he also has some of the most power on this team, and that's what you need sometimes. It's a trade-off that I think the Crawdads will have to live with, and also his base running. He is a menace on the base paths. Besides Ryder Helfrich, he's probably the best athlete on this team, and I mean, it's just good to get a guy back like that.
Yeah.
I mean, especially his defense. I think his defense is probably the most important thing that the Crawdads have missed.
Yeah, and let's actually now talk about some of the players who did play most of the game. But I mean, today and yesterday. I mean, quite literally night and day. When you look at it, because
yes,
I mean,
literally.
yesterday, I mentioned this in the pregame show. Cole Fellows was the only Crawdad to have multiple hits, but today Tyson Pointer had 3, Matt King had 2, Max Farfan had 2, Nico Budden had 2, Ryder Helfrich had 2, and so you look at it and yeah, you put 15 hits on the board, 8 runs, most of them coming in that 5th inning, especially off that Little League Grand Slam. But we talked about how the Crawdads were going to need an offensive explosion to make this game not as stressful as they would have liked. And this game was stressful for halfway through it. But once you get that Little League Grand Slam, all of a sudden you're up 4 runs now, and you're just feeling confident. You got Cade Cushing on the bump. You know he's going to cruise. And it was just zeros and very quick baseball after that. But yeah, just talk to me about the Crawdads lineup and how they were able to be so explosive today.
Well, it starts with Ryan Ellis. Now, Ryan Ellis was 1 for 5, but we talked about it before the game. If he goes, the Crawdads lineup goes. Literally, 3rd pitch of the game, a homer. I just can't imagine how good that feels for a guy that's been struggling. That is immediately Crawdads answer back. They're running this game. And then, I mean, just the consistent contact was really impressive to see. On the day, the Crawdads only had 4 strikeouts. Compared to yesterday, they had 12 strikeouts. That is, I mean, talk about night and day. That is, again, a night and day difference. And they were really aggressive on Hawk Hill, and I really credit with them for sticking with that strategy despite early in the game the results weren't there. They were hunting him early in the count because he doesn't throw that hard, but he throws strikes, and they hunted him early in the count, and that's what Ryan Ellis did. That's what Duroff did, but the results weren't necessarily there, and the pitch count was low in that fourth inning and that fifth inning, but they finally got to him because they were hitting balls hard all day. Just they finally fell, and they forced Stompers to make some plays, and they did not.
Yeah, I like how you talked about Hawk Hill because you look at his line and it doesn't look very impressive, but I think it's also deceiving. 4 and a third innings, 11 hits, 6 earned, only 1 strikeout. And we talked about in the pregame show how he doesn't necessarily have the most strikeout stuff. Like you said, 82 to 84, he's going to work in the zone. He's going to have to rely on his defense. And, I mean, he died by his defense with the with the Little League home run, if you will, but still, I mean, he was doing well through 4 innings, only 2 earned runs, gave up some contact, kind of like Bergeron, but I mean, overall, you would take that kind of start, and then yeah, the 5th inning just hit, and obviously he struggled a little bit there, but I also want to talk about Noah Rabin for the Stompers. This is a kid we talked about. He's their best player, leadoff hitter. Didn't play yesterday, played today. He got a hit, but he also had 3 strikeouts, and that was huge. Being able to make sure that their leadoff hitter isn't getting on base very much, I think it was a big reason why the Crawdads were really able to, limit the Stompers to only 4 runs. I mean, still 9 hits is a lot, but overall, they were able to minimize the damage a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look, you got anything else to say about the Stompers?
Well, the Stompers clearly came. The last 2 days have been trying to spoil the Crawdads party. And they did it yesterday, and they tried to do it again today. Just they were hitting Bergen really well, but Cade Cushing comes in. They couldn't really hit Cade Cushing, but I mean, their lineup. You talked about Noah Rabin, Jose Ruiz hits the ball off the top of the wall, just kind of some not lucky things, but they put the ball in play too. I mean, in the innings they scored runs at least. They did good job putting the ball in play, especially that first inning. But I mean, they did a really good job. They took their walks. I think Michael Bell was on base 4 times, 2 singles and 2 walks. They were up and down the lineup. Had some really nice at bats.
Yeah, and I think overall, look, like we talked about, must-win game, and Crawdads are able to pull it off because of that 5th inning and just kind of cruise after that with Cushing on the mound. And I don't think we know who's starting tomorrow, do we?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I could see maybe like Antoine Valerio.
Yeah,
I think he started earlier in the week, so maybe you see him out there. But it doesn't really matter because everyone's available, as we all know. So yeah, I mean, look, curious to see who Brandt decides to put out there for the must-win game. But look, him and Delmar are going to work their magic and try to get 9 innings, 27 outs, however they can, because the Crawdads need to win that game. But look, tied series, 1-1. And look, they don't need to win the game unless Healdsburg loses. If Healdsburg loses, all of a sudden, that's a chance where Crawdads can clinch tonight. But they play the Solano Mudcats tonight at 6 o'clock. So keep your eyes on that game, and as it obviously has implications for this game. But we will wrap up our post-game show here. So watch on our streaming network. It's going to be 1 o'clock start time at Sonoma, which a little bit of a pain for us because we got to get out there, which means I think bus is leaving at 9:30. So, that's a usually because I don't set an alarm because I like to sleep in. But you know what? I will because it's Crawdads baseball.
Let's go.
It's a must-win game, and it's a potentially #1 seed clinching game. So we're all going to be excited for that. We're all going to be hyped. We're going to get up as early as we can for that. So tune in on the streaming network for that, or just come out to Arnold Field. I mean, the Stompers fans show out, so hey, if we could get some Crawdads fans there too, that would be pretty spectacular. But thank you again for